Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony of Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022 will begin in just a few minutes. During the conference, we kindly ask you to please refrain from using your mobile phones and switch them to silent mode for minimizing any interruptions. Also, in accordance with our COVID-19 preventative guidelines, we ask you to please wear a mask while you are inside the conference hall. Our conference is being interpreted into different languages: English, Korean, Chinese, Spanish, Arabic, and French. Please use the receivers placed on the tables and turn to the channels 1 for English, 2 for Korean, 3 for Chinese, 4 for Spanish, 5 for Arabic, and 6 for French. Once again, the channels are 1 for English, 2 for Korean, 3 for Chinese, 4 for Spanish, 5 for Arabic, and 6 for French. And the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022 plenary session will be broadcast live on YouTube. The opening ceremony will begin in just a couple of minutes. We kindly ask you to please take your seats. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, may I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony for the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022 will begin in just a few minutes. We kindly ask all of our distinguished guests to please enter the hall and take your seats. Once again, Excellencies, distinguished guests, the opening ceremony will soon begin. We kindly ask you to please take your seats. We will soon begin our opening ceremony. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022 opening ceremony. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I have been given the honor of being your MC for today. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much. The Seoul Defense Dialogue marks its 11th anniversary this year, and since its inception in 2012, it has contributed to multilateral security cooperation and peace on the Korean Peninsula through active participation and constructive discussions between high-level defense officials and civilian security experts at home and abroad. This year, the Seoul Defense Dialogue is held under the overarching theme of how to address complex security challenges, fostering international solidarity. And we will be discussing 3 different topics: international cooperation and approaches for complete denuclearization of North Korea, seeking cooperation in rebuilding trust within the Indo-Pacific, and the role of military in hybrid warfare. So thank you once again for all of your attendances, and we ask that you please show us your attendance and avid participation until the very end. Then, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the opening ceremony with our theme video.
Unprecedented and complex security challenges is before us. How should we address this?
자유와 인권의 가치를 존중하는 국제사회와의 연대에 의해 보장됩니다. 일시적으로 전쟁을 회피하는 취약한 평화가 아니라 자유와 번영을 꽃피우는 지속 가능한 평화를 추구해야 합니다.
Of cooperation and dialogue on security challenges. And today, we seek new ways of international cooperation for a peaceful future. Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022.
It has already been 11 years since the first inception of Seoul Defense Dialogue, and thanks to all of your support, we could come here today. So thank you very much. And now, before we move on to the opening address, I would like to invite all of our distinguished guests for a commemorative photo shoot. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I would like to invite you up onto the stage for a commemorative photo shoot. Please follow the guidance of our staff and join me up onto the stage. Thank you very much. And for our ladies and gentlemen in the audience, please bear with us just for a couple of minutes. It won't be long, and we will proceed with our opening address. Thank you very much for your patience. Distinguished guests and head of delegations, please join us for the commemorative photo shoot all together. Please join us up on stage.
Xin mời các trực đoàn chúng ta cùng lên sân khấu để chụp với chúng tôi một tấm ảnh kỷ niệm. Xin mời các ngài.
For those of our distinguished guests and head of delegations joining up on stage, I would like to inform you that we will take 2 rounds of photos. First, with our masks on, and second, with our masks off. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And since we are quite a large group, I would like to ask for your cooperation. And we have quite many cameras in front of us. So I will count to 3, and please show us your large smiles. So we ask that you clear the front of the photo area. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the masks on for this moment. So please watch the cameras in front of you. I will count to 3. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. And now please take your masks off for the second round of photos. Thank you. And bigger smiles this time around. And now for the camera. And ladies and gentlemen in the audience, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. One last call for our photos. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Thank you very much. Thank you, and now please return to your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And as our distinguished guests are returning to their seats, I would like to inform you of the interpretation channels one more time. For those of you who require interpretation, we provide simultaneous interpretation in 6 different languages. Please use the receivers placed on the tables. Turn to channel 1 for English, channel 2 for Korean, channel 3 for Chinese, channel 4 for Spanish, channel 5 for Arabic, and channel 6 for French. Once again, for interpretation, it's channel 1 for English, channel 2 for Korean, channel 3 for Chinese, channel 4 for Spanish, channel 5 for Arabic, and channel 6 for French. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your cooperation, and we now have a lovely commemorative photo. And before we move on, I would now like to invite His Excellency Minister Chung-Sup Lee, Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, for his opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, Lee Jong-sup. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone in this room, including the delegates, staff members of international organizations, and security experts from home and abroad. I also extend my gratitude to National Security Advisor Kim Sung-han for giving a keynote address in person, as well as Mayor Oh Se-hoon of the Seoul Metropolitan Government and Minister Kaisa Olengren of the Netherlands for giving welcoming remarks and a keynote address via video. The Seoul Defense Dialogue, hosted for the 11th time this year, conveys great significance to me. I was the person who first planned this conference and prepared for the first ever Seoul Defense Dialogue 10 years ago. I planned Seoul Defense Dialogue with the goal of creating a multilateral security conference that would enhance security cooperation and establish military trust in the Asia-Pacific region. I worked through many nights with my colleagues and had to overcome unexpected challenges while planning for an international conference for the first time. I still have a vivid memory of greeting each and every delegate landing at the Incheon International Airport. And after many years, making an opening remarks here at the podium as the host of the event that I helped come to existence evokes a wide array of emotions for myself. I hope that the Seoul Defense Dialogue, now recognized as a prominent multilateral security dialogue in the region following its constant growth for the past decade, continues to develop as a conference of a greater value through the support from all of you, the security experts from all around the world. Distinguished guests, ever since SDD was first launched in 2012, the Ministry of National Defense of the Republic of Korea has chosen the security of the Korean Peninsula and denuclearization of North Korea as major topics of the conference and sought for solutions. Many participants of SDD provided their advice on this matter and showed active support for our government's North Korean policies. Nevertheless, despite such efforts, North Korea continues to advance its nuclear and missile capabilities, now directly threatening the security of not only the Korean Peninsula, but also the entire world. As a response, in order to effectively deter and respond against nuclear and missile threats by North Korea, our government is enhancing the U.S. extended deterrence execution capability and independent capability of our military, such as the Korea 3K defense system. We're also strengthening close security cooperation with our friends. In parallel, in order to guide North Korea to a change, our government has also proposed the audacious initiative, our commitment to provide profound economic and civilian support if North Korea chooses practical denuclearization. I ask for your continued cooperation with the international community so that North Korea can realize that the new route of denuclearization will present boundless advantages, whereas the conventional route of nuclear and missile development will only present overwhelming costs. Distinguished guests, the overarching theme of SDD 2022 is how to address complex security challenges, fostering international solidarity. We are witnessing a new form of warfare that features cutting-edge science and technology at the Ukrainian war, occurring at the opposite side of the globe from the Korean Peninsula. We can also tangibly feel the effect of the war through energy shortage, issues of food supply, and global inflation. Also threatening the lives of humanity are newly rising non-conventional security threats, such as climate change, cyber and space threats, and new diseases, including COVID-19. These security threats can no longer be resolved through efforts of a single country. A response through solidarity and cooperation of the international community is desperately needed. To this end, I ask that we gather our valuable opinions and insights during this year's SDD. Also, during this SDD, we have prepared special sessions in order to discuss topics such as military modernization through cutting-edge science and technology, including artificial intelligence, and ways to promote military cooperation. I ask for your keen interest and participation as these sessions have been prepared for the enhancement of defense capabilities of each country. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I believe many topics that were discussed at SDD contributed to defense policies of each of your country for the past decade. I hope this year's SDD can assist overcoming new security threats at the time of diversifying security threats and increasing uncertainties. The Republic of Korea, as a responsible member state of the international community, will carry out the necessary role under the spirit of international solidarity and cooperation. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to distinguished visitors who spared their valuable time to participate in this year's SDD, and I hope you take away fruitful outcomes at the end of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Your Excellency, Minister Jong-seop Lee, for your kind remarks. And now Minister Lee has to leave because of an existing schedule that he has at the National Assembly. Please give him another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your leadership and your kind words. Distinguished guests, we are now about to move on to our first keynote address of the event. So with that, I would like to introduce our Honorable Mr. Sung-han Kim, the Director of National Security from the Office of National Security of the Republic of Korea, who will deliver our keynote address. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Kim Sung-han, Director of the Office of National Security of the Republic of Korea. First, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to government officials, representatives of international organizations, and security experts from home and abroad to the 11th Seoul Defense Dialogue. My special thanks go to Mayor Oh Se-hoon of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, who has sent us a video message, as well as Minister Lee Jong-sup of National Defense and everyone involved for making this event possible. This year, the Seoul Defense Dialogue is held under the theme of how to address complex security challenges fostering international solidarity. The SDD will serve as a meaningful venue to delve into the recent international security landscape with the multiple conventional and non-conventional security challenges and explore common solutions to overcome them. Therefore, this event is very meaningful. As you may know, this is the first time that the conference is being held face-to-face in 3 years since the outbreak of the pandemic. With this in mind, I hope that this year's SCD will provide you with abundant opportunities to share insights and exchange ideas in various meeting formats, including the plenary sessions, bilateral dialogues, and minilateral meetings. We have with us the Dutch Defense Minister Kaisa Olengren, who is another keynote speaker alongside me. And at the 19th Asia Security Summit held last June, mentioned that the security situation in the Indo-Pacific region is closely connected to that of Europe, much in the same way that the European security crisis impacts the entire world. The case in point is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is no longer a regional security crisis that only affects Europe. In fact, it has put global security under threat, causing disruptions in the food and energy supply chains and triggering economic instability. In addition, the rising military tension in the Taiwan Strait is creating a heightened sense of crisis in one of the busiest international marine transportation routes, posing a grave challenge to regional peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Likewise, North Korea's nuclear and missile threats are no longer a regional security challenge faced only by the Korean Peninsula. In fact, North Korea's strengthened nuclear and WMD capabilities are not only a serious threat to global security beyond the Korean Peninsula, Northeast Asia, or the Indo-Pacific region, but a severe blow to the global non-proliferation mechanism. What is even more concerning is that recent security crises often emerge from non-conventional areas. Rapidly growing non-conventional security challenges associated with the cyber world, disinformation, space, climate change, or supply chains are exacerbating the instability in the global security landscape. Against this backdrop, some countries started to question whether the world can maintain the international rules and norms under the UN Charter, international laws, liberal democracy, and market economy that the world has taken for granted since the end of the Second World War. They have been believed to be the foundation of the development of humanity. However, today our belief is put to the test. That is why numerous countries, including the Republic of Korea, is highlighting the importance of establishing a rules-based international order. Ladies and gentlemen, about 70 years ago, the Republic of Korea successfully defeated the North Korean invasion, protecting liberal democracy with the help of the international community, upholding the universal values of freedom and human rights under the UN Charter. The country has risen from the ruins of the war and has become the world's 10th largest economy and a role model of liberal democracy, following the principles of market economy and free trade. Korea's rapid growth was possible thanks to the strong will of the people and the rules-based international order that has safeguarded the universal values of freedom and human rights under the principles of market economy and free trade. With the global universal values recently put under threat, Korea is committed to playing a greater role in maintaining the rules-based international order as a responsible member of the global community. As part of its efforts, the Korean government will put in place stringent deterrence measures to achieve the complete denuclearization of North Korea based on a strong ROK-US alliance, pursuing more principled relations with North Korea. Of course, doors are open for dialogue. If North Korea returns to the denuclearization negotiation table with sincerity, we will spare no efforts to provide economic support and build mutual trust from the very initial stage. We will also closely work with the U.S. and the rest of the world to make the audacious initiative a reality and create enabling conditions for the denuclearization, peace, and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. In his inaugural address in May, President Yoon Suk-yeol stressed that peace is guaranteed when the international community that respects freedom and human rights come together as one. Real peace is about allowing freedom and prosperity to flourish. Real peace is a lasting peace and a sustainable one. The Korean government will seek cooperation based on universal values and shared interests, while recognizing its role as a key stakeholder in security issues in the Indo-Pacific and the world. We stand against any unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force that run counter to the UN Charter. We will safeguard democratic values and peace in solidarity with the global community. In this process, we will explore how Korea can contribute to wide-ranging global issues from the economy, climate change, supply chains, to science and technology, as well as conventional security challenges. In May, President Yoon announced the country's initiative to formulate its own Indo-Pacific strategy framework in a joint statement with U.S. President Joe Biden. With this announcement, President Yoon demonstrated Korea's strong determination to play a more active role in realizing a free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific, going beyond the Korean Peninsula. In the process of expanding our role, Korea plans to further solidify our relations with the U.S., which has recently been strengthened to the Global Comprehensive Strategic Alliance, build a future-oriented partnership with Japan without forgetting our past, and enhance cooperation with China based on mutual respect. Furthermore, Korea will closely collaborate with like-minded countries with shared interests to safeguard the rules-based international order in other regions as well, so that we can play a role beyond the Indo-Pacific region. As you know, President Yoon is the first Korean president to participate in the NATO summit in June this year. It is another effort for the country to play a greater role in addressing global challenges confronted by not only the Korean Peninsula, but also the world, as a responsible member of the international community. In order to build a freer and more peaceful and prosperous world, it is crucial to foster global solidarity based on dialogue and cooperation between countries. This explains why this conference has been focused on the two key words, solidarity and cooperation, since it was launched in 2012. It is my hope that this conference provides invaluable opportunities to high-level military officials and security experts from around the world to share their wisdom and insights to address numerous complex security challenges. Once again, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Excellencies, distinguished guests, government officials, and private sector security experts from all around the world for attending the SDD. I hope that this year's conference will serve as a springboard for the next decade, building on the achievements over the last 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Honorable Director Sung-han Kim of the National Security Office, for your insight as well as your thought leadership. Thank you very much for your first keynote address. And next, I would like to introduce the Honorable Mayor Oh Se-hoon of Seoul Metropolitan Government, who has sent us a congratulatory welcome address through a video. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mayor Se-hoon Oh on the screen.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning. As have been introduced, I am Oh Se-hoon, the mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the defense officers, members of the international organizations, and security experts, as well as distinguished guests, home and abroad, to the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022. SDD has grown into a multinational security consultation body for the Indo-Pacific region, and we now celebrate the 11th anniversary. We have been able to bring together the know-how and capacity of countries around the world, and we hope to take the next leap forward by contributing to world peace. We can see that the security environment is becoming much more complex, and we have seen nationalism pop up due to COVID-19 as well as vaccine provision. This is leading to non-traditional security vulnerabilities. We also see new Cold War happening with Russia's attack on Ukraine, as well as the threat on Taiwan by China. We see this is leading to energy, food, and semiconductor conflicts. We also see that the possibility and threat of ballistic missiles and nuclear tests by the North Koreans is also arising. The topic of how to address complex security challenges fostering international solidarity is indeed very meaningful. Seoul, the capital of the Republic of Korea, has 600 years of history. It's a megacity with 10 million people. It is the hub of Korea's politics, economy, culture, and arts. We also have national facilities here in Seoul, and we lead the development of the Korean industries, and therefore development of Seoul is the development of Korea, and a threat on Seoul is a threat on Korea. Therefore, we need to make sure that we preemptively take a look at all threats and risks to the security of Seoul. This is very important in preparing for the changing security environment. I do look forward to the joint response and solidarity, as well as the relevant consultation concerning security in Seoul and across the Asia-Pacific. Once again, congratulations on the hosting of SDD 2022. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you once again, Honorable Mayor Seun-oh of Seoul Metropolitan Government, for your congratulatory welcome address. And now, following suit, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a very distinguished guest who was not able to be here in person, but also has sent us a video of her keynote address. So although she couldn't attend in person, she has sent us her keynote address through a video. And it's Her Excellency Minister Kaisa Olengren, Minister of Defense of the Netherlands. So let's meet her together on the screen. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, I would like to start by thanking the Republic of Korea for organizing this important dialogue on defense. I feel honored to have been invited to speak. Fostering international solidarity is a topic that I feel very strongly about. Today's challenges and threats are playing out on a global scale. And this means we must address them on a global scale. The concept of far away no longer exists. Consider, for example, climate change, terrorism, the threat of nuclear weapons, but also challenges in domains such as cyber and space. We can only address them by working together. I therefore take a great interest in the outcomes of this Seoul Defense Dialogue, and I'm pleased to see such a broad range of countries represented. The Netherlands, the Indo-Pacific region, and the Republic of Korea share a strong bond. And the close ties go far beyond our shared security interests. The Indo-Pacific is the world's leading growth region. Stability and maritime security in this region are of global importance, particularly for a seafaring trading nation such as the Netherlands. Our centuries-long bond actually stems from this trade. In 1653, a storm brought our continents closer together. The Dutch vessel, the Sperwer, was wrecked on the coast of the Korean island of Jeju. Among the castaways was a man named Hendrik Hamel. It was his journal, describing his many years in Korea, that first introduced your beautiful country to the European reader. In 1950, our bond was renewed when our armed forces stood shoulder to shoulder during the Korean War. And together we defended the Republic of Korea while also defending our free and open way of life. Nowadays, the Indo-Pacific and Europe are intertwined in many ways, not least in terms of security and trade. The Netherlands was one of the first European countries to develop Indo-Pacific guidelines aimed at strengthening our cooperation with the region, an example that was followed by the European Union's Indo-Pacific strategy. And just last year, we deployed a Dutch frigate to the Indo-Pacific as part of the UK Carrier Strike Group. Its presence demonstrated our willingness and readiness to defend our common interests. Unfortunately, that defense is a bitter necessity. A new, much more destructive storm now shakes the world. This time, the storm was raised not by nature, but by Putin, with his unprovoked and relentless war against Ukraine. His hunger for power leaves a trail of death and destruction on Ukrainian as well as on Russian side. And this new storm has, however, also brought people together. Putin's atrocious war has definitely fostered international solidarity. The world is united behind the Ukrainians who are fighting so bravely for their freedom and ours. And it has once more brought our continents closer together as it demonstrates so very clearly that our shared values such as freedom and autonomy must not be taken for granted. That these values are worth protecting, that we should foster wealth and prosperity, but also creativity and the free exchange of ideas, because those are our greatest assets in addressing global challenges such as hunger, poverty, and climate change. It's therefore essential that the Indo-Pacific and European partners work together to uphold the world based on agreed rules and international law, rather than might makes right. The common interest of the Indo-Pacific and Europe in each other's security is clear. Shipping routes, maritime security, they're crucial for our prosperity and economic growth. They cannot be taken for granted either, as demonstrated by recent tensions in the Taiwan Strait. Preserving peace and stability there and fostering an Indo-Pacific that is open, inclusive, secure and stable is of the utmost importance to each and every one of us. And that also applies to an open and accessible cyber domain. The EU and Indo-Pacific nations share a common goal for enhanced and trusted digital connectivity. With geopolitical tensions rising and major cyber incidents caused by both state and non-state actors, we need to step up international efforts to secure cyberspace. We should respond to these global challenges by working together with great determination. As our interdependence increases, so does the need to come closer together and for collaboration. One important prerequisite for that is trust, and you establish trust by acting upon the promises you make. With regard to the Indo-Pacific, we're doing so by strengthening our relations with Indo-Pacific partners and by sending a naval vessel to the region every other year as part of a European naval presence. Trust is also built at meetings such as this one. That and the free exchange of ideas makes the Seoul Defense Dialogue so important. I call on everyone here to approach each other with an open mind, learn from each other, build mutual trust, and thus take advantage of the great potential of collaboration in this ever-changing and sometimes disorganized world. Because only together can we make the world a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Your Excellency, Minister Kaisa Olengren, for your keynote address. And thank you for stressing once again how important it is for collaboration amongst our countries for national security and global security at large. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our opening ceremony. And after a short recess, we will start our plenary session at 10 a.m. In your spare time, we do ask you to fill out the Seoul Defense Dialogue survey sheet that is placed on your tables. And this is to reflect on your comments for the betterment of the conference for years to come. So once you are done, we kindly ask you to please submit it to the registration desk on the second floor. With that, I give you a short recess until 10 a.m., and I will see you back here for the plenary session. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? For our panelists for the first plenary session, we kindly would like to ask for you to please come up on stage for a short microphone test. Mr. Pamchul Shin, the Deputy Minister, Ms. Masami Oka, Mr. Masami Oka, Mr. Jürgen Ele, Mr. Irene Lemos Maniati, and Mr. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, may I have your attention, please? We will now begin our first plenary session in just a few minutes. We kindly ask everyone to please enter the hall and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will now begin our first plenary session. We kindly ask all of you to please enter the hall and take your seats. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for keeping perfect timing. We are now ready to start our plenary session for Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022. Our first plenary session will be held under the theme of International Cooperation Approaches for Complete Denuclearization of North Korea. We have a wide range of expert panelists here with us today. And to start off on our main plenary session, allow me to introduce our moderator who will be leading us through the session. And it will be President Kang Che of the Asan Institute for Policy Studies. So with that, Mr. Chair, the floor is yours. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our chair with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure to chair the first session of 2022 Seoul Defense Dialogue. Actually, I chaired the first session 2011. The first SDD. So what a coincidence to chair the first session. So I'll be minimizing my role because actually we need more time for discussion. So I'm not going to introduce each and every speaker because actually the program book has their bios, so you can check that out. But actually on my left-hand side, Vice Minister Bum-Chol Shin, and on his left-hand side, Vice Minister Oka Masami, and also on his left, Admiral Jürgen Illy. Actually, he's a last-minute substitute because Ambassador cannot join us because of COVID-19. Sorry for that. And also on his left, we have the Iri Lemonsa Miniati. Is that right? Sorry. And also, she's representing NATO. On far left-hand side, my old friend, Alison Hooker. Actually, now she joins the private sector. Now you can speak, and then government will listen. I can assure you that. Without further ado, I will ask each panel to speak about 5 minutes as an introductory remark, and then we will start from there. Please, Vice Minister Shin Bum-chul.
Thank you, Dr. Choi, for your kind introduction. Thank you all participants for sharing your precious time to come here. It is a great honor and pleasure to speak this distinguished guest. Since the half of these participants are Korean, and my Korean is better than my English, let me speak in Korean.
First of all, I would once again like to express my gratitude to all of the participants. The Seoul Defense Dialogue started in 2011 under the assumption that sustainable peace should be based on solidarity and cooperation, and we're celebrating the 11th anniversary this year. This year, at SDD, this is actually indeed the first Seoul Dialogue since the inauguration of the new government led by President Yoon Suk-yeol. So his North Korean policy ideas are reflected, and the determination of the Ministry of National Defense to expand the scope and the role of the Republic of Korea has been reflected in the organization of this event. So once again, I'd like to welcome all of you to the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022. And I hope that we will be able to gather our wisdom and our will and determination to promote global security. This year, we are discussing not only conventional but also non-conventional security threats, as we are faced with multiple and complex security challenges, and we aim to find solutions to overcoming these challenges, and the Republic of Korea wishes to play a bigger role in this process. Moving on to the topic, I really have to discuss and describe the current status on the Korean Peninsula. North Korea has been advancing its nuclear and missile capabilities, as you may know very well. This year alone, there were 19 missile tests conducted by North Korea so that they could shorten the timing and diversify the methods of nuclear weapons launches. So intercontinental ballistic missiles and long-range ballistic missiles were focus of their research, but nowadays they are not only looking at these missiles, but also short-range ballistic missiles and missiles launched by submarines and other types of launching vehicles. Furthermore, North Korea is trying to advance its nuclear capabilities. In the past, North Korea argued that the Punggye-ri testing site was closed. However, recently we have observed that there's a lot of activity underway at this site. So it will be no surprise if there will be the 7th nuclear testing in the near future. Of course, North Korea is conducting its own calculation, and they may attempt the 7th nuclear testing at the time when the impact of such testing would be maximal. And if it does happen in the future, this will have direct threat not only to the Korean Peninsula but also the entire world. So we have to make sure that this will not happen. And if North Korea does carry out its additional nuclear testing, then there should be severe consequences. North Korea has been trying to declare its position as a nuclear state. And with this announcement, they're trying to pose threat to the security of the Republic of Korea, and they're trying to weaken the ROK-US alliance. Therefore, we need to deter North Korean attempts. Of course, we know that there's strategic competition among the major powers, and there is stalled dialogue between the two Koreas, and there are recent regrouping of countries around the world in different regions. Therefore, there is limitation as to how far we can pursue denuclearization agenda. Nevertheless, the Republic of Korea has been maintaining strong deterrence capabilities while promoting international cooperation in order to deter North Korean attempts for such threats. We are continuing to send the message to North Korea and Chairman Kim that there will be more advantages of giving up nuclear weapons than trying to advance nuclear weapons. I believe that signaling this message constantly is a key to denuclearization. In this regard, we are making three major efforts. First of all, the Republic of Korea wishes to strengthen its own nuclear deterrence capabilities. You may have heard recently that the Republic of Korea's 3K systems, kill chain, KAMD, and KMPR, these are the 3K system in order to detect any attempt for nuclear weapons usage and cut off such attacks. And ultimately, if indeed necessary, we may have counterattack against North Korea. So in order to have this 3K system, we have allocated a bigger military budget, and we're strengthening our deterrence capabilities. And secondly, we are strengthening the ROK-US alliance. The ROK-US alliance was established in 1953, and since then, our relations have been strengthened over the decades. But for the past several years, we were not able to take advantage of and utilizing this alliance. So now, President Yoon and his administration wishes to strengthen this ROK-US alliance even more, so that we can ensure that North Korea will no longer pose threats to the security of the Korean Peninsula and the world. And in line with this, in May this year, the two leaders met at the summit meeting, and they declared the determination to strengthen the alliance. And in Singapore, we had the ROK-US Military Defense Ministers meeting, and also in Washington, D.C., there was additional high-level meeting between the two countries, thereby developing our alliance even further. And at the same time, we would like to strengthen global solidarity in order to make sure that the international community will not tolerate North Korean nuclear. And with such strong solidarity, if there's any provocation by North Korea or if there's any nuclear testing by North Korea, the international community will be able to show once again that nuclear will never be tolerated in the world. And finally, President Yoon and his government keeps the doors open for dialogue. On August 15th, during his remarks for the Liberation Day, President Yoon announced the audacious initiative and proposed unconditional dialogue for denuclearization with North Korea. It does mean that there is no precondition for dialogue, which used to be denuclearization initiative, but rather if North Korea shows willingness and intent for denuclearization down the road, then he promised that the Korean government will provide economic support and other support measures. This is to show that North Korea will recognize benefits and advantages of joining and returning to the negotiating table rather than advancing nuclear capabilities. And we continue to seek support from the international community for denuclearization negotiations and dialogue. And in this way, we are going to pursue this initiative. And we ask for your wisdom and support in pursuing this. In order to achieve denuclearization, we have to create a peaceful framework. And this is something that we need to achieve together. And this is a common goal for the international community. If we gather our forces and if we join hands together, I believe that we can usher in a new era of denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. Against this backdrop, I hope that the SDD will serve as an opportunity to share our insights, and I'd like to ask for your support and interest. Thank you for your attention.
네, 감사합니다, Vice Minister 신범철. Now, I'd like to give the mic to Vice Minister Oka, please.
Thank you very much, it's a great pleasure for me and a great honor for me to be here as a panelist, together with other distinguished panelist members, and also join the distinguished readers and guests from various countries on the floor. Let me start my speech. I would be much more confident in speaking in Japanese, but I would like to try my English to the best of my ability, I guess. Since the beginning of this year, North Korea has repeatedly launched missiles at an unprecedented high frequency and in new ways, while referring to the strengthening of its nuclear capabilities. Considering that North Korea has already conducted 6 nuclear tests, it is conceivable that North Korea has made considerable progress in its nuclear weapons program. The yield of the 6th nuclear weapons test in 2017 was estimated to be the largest ever, with a maximum yield of approximately 160 kilotons. Given the size of the estimated yield, there is a possibility that they intended to develop a hydrogen bomb. In addition, it has been suggested that North Korea has been working on restoring its nuclear test site since March 2022, as mentioned by Vice Minister Shin, and that North Korea may be ready to conduct its 7th nuclear test. Since 2021, North Korea has been referring to the advancement of nuclear technology, including the research of multi-warhead technology and the development of tactical nuclear weapons. It has been pointed out that North Korea may be seeking the miniaturization of nuclear weapons by conducting further nuclear tests in order to operationalize multi-warhead ICBM-class ballistic missiles as well as tactical nuclear weapons. The recent development of nuclear and missile-related technologies by North Korea has posed a grave and imminent threat to Japan's security and has significantly undermined peace and security of the region and the international community as a whole. It is totally unacceptable. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has reminded us of a terrible fact that there could exist a state which would threaten others with nuclear weapons in an attempt to unilaterally change the status quo. The series of actions by North Korea is against relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions and has posed a serious challenge to the international order. In order to deter actions by North Korea and to protect the rules-based international order, unified and resolute approach by the international community is required. The full implementation of UN Security Council resolutions is essential for the realization of complete, verifiable, and irreversible dismantlement of all of North Korea's weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missiles of all ranges. The Yoon administration of Republic of Korea has stated its objective of achieving sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula through the complete and verifiable denuclearization of North Korea. It has indicated that it will respond firmly to North Korea's nuclear and missile threats and act decisively against illegal and unreasonable behavior in line with its principles. We welcome the new administration's policy as we believe it is consistent with our goal of denuclearization of North Korea. Close cooperation between Japan, Republic of Korea, and the United States is of critical importance in addressing security threats posed by North Korea. Japan is committed to enhance the trilateral security cooperation, including the implementation of trilateral missile warning and ballistic missile search and tracking exercises. I would also like to note one more thing about the cooperation among different countries, allies and partners. The United States, Australia, Canada, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, France, and Germany taking part in monitoring and surveillance activities by sending their vessels and aircraft in waters surrounding Japan and the East China Sea against illicit maritime activities, including ship-to-ship transfers with North Korean flagged vessels. The Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force is also conducting information gathering activities for vessels suspected to be in violation of the UN Security Council resolutions. This is an important effort to ensure effective implementation of the relevant UN Security Council resolutions while maintaining the solidarity of the international community. At the same time, there's a strong anxiety that the UN Security Council has not adequately been able to handle North Korea's nuclear and missile development issues. It is especially regrettable that in May, the draft resolution that would have strengthened sanctions on North Korea over its recent ballistic missile launches was vetoed by China and Russia, while the remaining 13 Council members voted in favor. In addition to the full implementation of the existing resolutions, strong measures by the Security Council, as proposed in the draft resolution, is of critical importance. I would like to conclude by saying that, again, that North Korean nuclear and missile-related activities pose serious and impending threats to Japan and clear and serious challenge to the international community, and that we have to further strengthen our solidarity in tackling all the relevant issues in a comprehensive manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister Oka. Now I'd like to turn it over to Admiral, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank you on behalf of EU High Representative Josep Borrell to have invited the European Union to this very important SDD dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, we must be realistic and recognize that the circumstances are not conducive to achieve progress towards complete denuclearization. 2022 has been so far a difficult year, and we have seen an incredibly high number of missile tests of many different types and ranges by the DPRK. The North seems undeterred by any sanction, by any offer for cooperation, and moves forward with its path towards tactical and strategic nuclearization, seemingly without any regard for what happens in the outside world or even within the DPRK. Repeated offers by both the ROK and the United States to restart a dialogue, accompanied by offers for assistance, have fallen on deaf ears. China and Russia, who both have a considerable leverage, even this does not always translate into actual leverage, are in no hurry at all to help the United States and the Republic of Korea to achieve a diplomatic victory and seem to be content with the current state of affairs. Russia seems to be intent on creating as much instability as it can, and while China takes a constructive approach, the truth is that what it suggests is in fact front-loading rewards for DPRK without any concrete commitment from the DPRK towards denuclearization. Regrettably, the UNSC seems to be in a deadlock. The international community, ladies and gentlemen, should nevertheless continue to spare no effort to move the DPRK towards denuclearization. There are many important reasons for this, both in terms of peace on the Peninsula and Northeast Asia, as well in terms of upholding the multilateral rules-based order in initiatives to peacefully solve the issue of denuclearization, notably in regard to upholding the international non-proliferation regime. This is important for the DPRK, Iran, and now also Ukraine, where the use of a nuclear device is not unthinkable anymore. North Korea's denuclearization is essential for sustainable peace on the peninsula, in Northeast Asia and around the world. A cornerstone of the EU approach is that sustainable peace and denuclearization of the Korean peninsula must be achieved through peaceful diplomatic means. So we continue to encourage dialogue and the restart of a diplomatic process aimed at building trust and establishing lasting peace and security on the Korean Peninsula. We stand ready to support any new diplomatic efforts. The European Union also stands ready to provide the DPRK with humanitarian and food assistance, but so far the DPRK has adamantly refused our offers. We will in addition continue to work towards effective implementation of restrictive measures. We know that the sanctions against the DPRK work, as their lifting seemed to be one of the main aims of the regime. This can be achieved if the DPRK complies with UNSC resolutions. We continue to stress the importance of unity of the international community in addressing this challenge. The European Union seeks to engage closely with its key partners in the region and for this purpose. First and foremost, we support the Republic of Korea's leading role in achieving peace. We welcome that President Yoon has made a concrete offer to North Korea by means of his audacious plan. Together with the United States, the Republic of Korea made clear that the ball is now in the DPRK court, and we sincerely hope that DPRK will take up this opportunity and that Russia and China will support this initiative. The world has enough crises to cope with, and the issue is too serious to be used as a political bargaining chip. The DPRK poses many challenges, including cyber attacks, human rights, as well as a very worrying humanitarian situation. Today's session is aimed at defining possible solutions and options for denuclearization. A political opportunity would not come anytime soon, but both the overall global context, I would like to refer to the successful Iran negotiations, or internal situation, the acute economic and humanitarian crisis, could open some windows. And I would like to remind that the European Union did very well in the framework of JCPOA in the negotiations with Iran. Perhaps the European Union role in the framework of JCPOA can serve as a model. In the meantime, we need some very creative thinking on how to start a process of building trust and start talking without losing sight of the aim of complete denuclearization. Working with the Republic of Korea to promote peace and security on the Korean Peninsula remains a central part of our bilateral cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Admiral. Now I'd like to invite another speaker. So now you can speak about the arms control issue. Yeah,
Am I on?
it's on.
Okay. Good morning, and it's a great privilege for me to be here representing NATO and address this very distinguished panel. And I want to thank our hosts, the Ministry of National Defense, for organizing this event and having us here discussing this important issue. I will try to address two issues in my intervention. Is first of all, how do we see the security environment from NATO, but also how NATO's role on arms control, disarmament and non-proliferation can help look at supporting efforts to address the proliferation issues, including that of North Korea. First, a few words on the global security environment. I mean, it's suffice to say that trends are undeniably ominous over the last years. Russia's year-long attempts to undermine the international rules-based order have intersected with its brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. This is a game changer in Europe and in the world. China is also increasingly challenging our interests, security and values, including by expanding its nuclear capabilities in an opaque way. Iran pursues its nuclear ambitions, and DPRK is expanding its nuclear arsenal while testing new delivery systems. Chemical weapons are used in war and assassination attempts, Syria, Malaysia, UK, and Russia. And many more challenges are on the rise, from cyber attacks, disinformation, misinformation campaigns to climate change. To respond to these challenges, NATO adapts. At our summit in Madrid in June, we took important decisions to become stronger, more agile, and more decisive. We agreed to a new strategic concept, a guiding document that sets NATO's core responsibilities and tasks. We have strengthened our deterrence and defense to respond to this security environment. We reaffirmed our open door policy by inviting Finland and Sweden to join NATO. We reaffirmed our resolve to support Ukraine as it fights to prevail as a sovereign nation. And we are committed to work more closely with our like-minded partners to tackle the challenges of today and tomorrow. For the first time, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and South Korea participated in our summit in June. There's much we must do together to uphold the rules-based international order, including to protect and adapt arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation, which brings me to my second point. NATO has had an important arms control role for decades. We are a forum for political consultations, information sharing, and coordination on proliferation challenges. We support NATO allies and partner countries in developing the military capabilities that underpin arms control and countering proliferation. We're working closely with our partners to address proliferation challenges, arms control, and defense against chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats. Now, it is true, in the current international environment, it's difficult to imagine new binding arms control agreement. There seems to be very little appetite for such new treaties right now, but I tend to be an optimist, and I'm convinced that arms control is a relevant tool to address global security challenges and crises. Looking ahead, there are critically important steps that nations can take. First, we need to reinforce and recommit to existing global arms control and non-proliferation regimes, such as the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Chemical Weapons Treaty, Convention, and the Biological Weapons Convention, because these are key pillars for the rules-based international order. Despite Russia's obstruction, the review conference completed just a few weeks ago in New York showed that the Non-Proliferation Treaty remains the foundation of the global non-proliferation regime. Second, we can take steps to improve the implementation of existing arms control regimes with a focus on verification and compliance, not only for the NPT, but for the BWC, the CWC. These are treaties that have important review conference coming up, and they are key to the long-term viability. So we cannot treat these meetings as ordinary meetings. Third, and I think the previous speakers also addressed, we need to think creatively. Even if treaties are not on the immediate horizon, arms control takes many forms. For new weapon systems and technologies, we see very promising efforts to build norms and principles for responsible behavior. UK has led an initiative to address this in space. Arms control can include confidence and security building measures to reduce risks or misunderstandings or miscalculations, and they can lay the ground for more ambitious effort. Fourthly and last, we all need to become comfortable with the fact that arms control complements deterrence and defense. NATO has taken steps to strengthen its deterrence and defense in particular in response to Russia's brutal full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This does not signal any backing away from our arms control commitments, just the opposite. Only a strong and credible deterrence and defense can provide the stability and trust that makes effective arms control negotiations possible. And this complementarity was reinforced in the new strategic concept. Now, what does it mean for this situation? At NATO, we're deeply concerned by Korea's persistent provocation and dangerous behavior, including its missile tests. NATO has consistently stated its full support of the goal of the complete, verifiable, and irreversible denuclearization of North Korea in accordance with the Security Council resolutions. Like-minded countries across the globe must continue working together towards this vital aim. DPRK's actions are deeply destabilizing for both the Indo-Pacific and global security, particularly by undermining international law and the rules-based order. We need to work together to reinforce the legitimacy and primacy of the existing arms control agreements and encourage meaningful participation in these efforts by all countries. We should look for opportunities to support confidence and security building initiatives in the Korean Peninsula, including the initiative of President Yoon. And as I mentioned before, we must accept strong, credible deterrence alongside arms control is essential to regional stability. In closing, NATO understands that security of our two regions is intrinsically linked. We are committed to working with our partners to share our defense and arms control experiences, address our common security challenges, and in doing so, strengthen the broader international order on which we depend. We heard today global threats require global solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lemos Maniati. Now, last but least, I'd like to invite Ms. Hooker for her opening remark.
Thank you, Dr. Che, and it's a real honor to be back in South Korea, back on the Korean Peninsula. Thank you very much to our host, the Ministry of National Defense, and thank you all for being here today. I would like to just go through my presentation, which some of it may sound familiar from some of our other presenters, but I think some of these points are worth reiterating. So North Korea has continued to prioritize the development of its nuclear and missile programs, even through the COVID-19 pandemic, including through a record number of missile tests in 2022, and preparations, as we've talked about, for a potential 7th nuclear test. Based on commercial satellite imagery over the past 12 months, we've learned that the North has restarted its reprocessing, plutonium reprocessing, and its uranium enrichment plants. And though the various assessments differ in terms of numbers, we see that North Korea has likely assembled up to 20 warheads. And based on a number of reports, we know that the North has enough fissile material for probably 50 nuclear weapons, probably more than that, but the technical aspects are not what we're discussing today. It only takes one, really, to make a huge impact. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has stated that the goals of the nuclear program included developing solid fuel land-based ICBMs, solid fuel submarine-launched ICBMs, and tactical nuclear weapons, building high-yield hydrogen bombs, and developing nuclear submarines and sea-based nuclear forces. Kim is taking full advantage of this time when so many of us and so many of our countries are focused on surviving COVID and the recovery from COVID, the war between Russia and Ukraine, and economic hardship brought on by both crises to make progress on these goals and advance North Korea's weapons of mass destruction capabilities. And there's been very little the world could do to stop him. Efforts to galvanize international cooperation to counter North Korea's advancement of its nuclear missile programs have been complicated by a number of factors, which we've mentioned this morning. First among these, as I've said, is the COVID-19 pandemic. The international community has rightly been focused on survival, acquisition of vaccines, and overcoming economic impact of the virus. Allies and partners, like-minded nations, like many of you, have been focused on these things, but you have cooperated in the past, we've all cooperated in the past on trying to apply diplomatic or economic pressure on North Korea. Now it's been very difficult to do so because of the virus, because of the struggles that I mentioned. In addition, Pyongyang's response to COVID, including its zero COVID policy and strict lockdown, have shut down channels of communication with North Korea, both formal and informal, which can provide and which have provided in the past useful information on Pyongyang's intentions, as well as signals of potential openings for dialogue. The second complicating factor that we've talked about a little bit today and which you're very acutely aware of is the Russian-Ukraine war. The UN Security Council, which was critical to the success of previous sanctions pressure campaigns, is unable to adopt new resolutions due to Russia and China's expected veto of any action the Council attempts in response to North Korean violations, including prescribed ballistic missile tests and a potential nuclear test. In addition, many of the usual like-minded partners and allies on North Korea-related issues are also focused on supporting Ukraine's effort to defend itself against Russia and the lack of foreign policy bandwidth to focus on North Korean issues. This is a very depressing presentation so far, but I'm going to try to get to some hopeful things. Similarly, a third complicating factor has been the rising tensions between China and Taiwan, which is viewed as a looming international crisis and is consuming attention of countries who have been like-minded partners on North Korea in the past. And due to these three factors, rallying the support for an international pressure campaign through the implementation of comprehensive sanctions regimes, such as in the past, the Global Pressure Campaign, which was under the Obama administration, and the Maximum Pressure Campaign, which was under the Trump administration. These kind of efforts have been impossible, as has been proven by the international community's inability to muster a strong response to North Korea's first ICBM launch since 2017, this past March. Unfortunately, it's likely to take a new crisis to recapture international attention with respect to North Korea and the nuclear issue, and it's unclear whether a seventh nuclear test will be sufficiently shocking to do so. In the meantime, maintaining and intensifying implementation of existing sanctions and urging allies, partners, and like-minded countries to do the same is very important. Separately, the challenge of persuading Pyongyang that denuclearization is its best option to achieve a prosperous and stable future has become even more difficult due to the Russian-Ukraine war. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has reinforced what North Korean leadership learned from the fall of Libya. A nuclear capability deters invasion and is key to regime survival. It will be necessary to present North Korea with an option that is more compelling than these two historical case studies on how nations that have given up their nuclear programs become vulnerable to invasion or regime change. President Yoon Suk-yeol's August 15th announcement of his audacious initiative that seeks to exchange a comprehensive, phased, and step-by-step approach to denuclearization and normalization of North Korean relations for a bold program of economic assistance, development, and infrastructure investment is a very promising approach to the North Korean issue. President Yoon's plan also includes a program which called Resources Food Exchange Program, or RFEP. It's similar to Iraq's Oil for Food program as another interesting approach to this issue. While the audacious initiative did not specifically mention sanctions relief, as we've talked about here today, this will be very important since the North has indicated in the past that sanctions relief is something it would be interested in. And we've seen a reference to that following the August 15th announcement that this would be considered as a possibility as well by the Yoon administration. In theory, President Yoon's plan is a reasonable, comprehensive, promising approach, includes many components that North Korea should want from a denuclearization plan. However, is it compelling enough to revive Pyongyang's interest in denuclearization? So far, North Korea's response, his public response to the initiative, has been predictably sour. It would be profoundly unlike the North Korean leadership to comment positively on a denuclearization plan, especially one proposed just days before kicking off its largest joint military exercise with the United States since 2017. To bypass the sharp rhetoric, it will be important for the Yoon administration to establish, if it's not already in play, a quiet channel of communication with North Korea, as it can be helpful to send and receive clear and frank messages without the piercing scrutiny of the media and public. Through such a channel, Seoul may be able to develop openings for potential dialogue, negotiation, and perhaps even progress over time. It will take some time for Pyongyang to process the entirety of the Yoon administration's approach to North Korea and this bold, new, audacious initiative. While Kim will continue to work to advance his nuclear and missile capabilities and strengthen his potential stance should he decide to embark on negotiations with Seoul. Because of this, it will be important for the Yoon administration to maintain its own strong position. The concepts that we've called peace through strength and that weakness is provocative are tried and proven principles and are applicable to the ROK as it faces the challenges on the Korean Peninsula and looks to be more involved in the broader Indo-Pacific as well as the rest of the globe. In closing, and just to sum up these views, 4 main recommendations and focus points. As I just said, peace through strength is important, and the Yoon administration is taking steps to strengthen your national security, to protect and defend. This is very important and is the responsibility of governments whenever it comes to national security. Number 2, it's important to work to prevent further expansion of these prescribed missile and nuclear programs. As we've talked about today, there are many difficulties to doing so, but we must continue to try. We must continue to look for ways to prevent North Korea from getting materials that contribute to the advancement of these programs and work to persuade them through other means as well. Number 3, seek new ways to, creative ways, as we've all called for creativity here, seek new ways to demonstrate to North Korea that denuclearization is still worth pursuing and achieving. Number 4, seek ways to maintain an open communication channel with the North. Quiet dialogue out of the eye of the media and the public is often the best way to communicate and to look for common ground in possible areas to achieve results. Again, thank you so much for having me today, and I turn it back over to you, Dr. Che.
Thank you. Actually, I received 5 questions from the organizers, but instead of raising those 5 questions, I like to pose my personal questions to the speakers. According to the poll, actually more than 90% of people believe that North Korea is not going to give up nuclear weapons. And also they actually inscribed the de facto nuclear state their constitution and party platform. And also Kim Yo-jong, about 3 weeks ago, claimed that North Korea is a nuclear state. South Korea has no nuclear power. You are no match to us. And then flatly rejected President Yoon Suk-yeol's audacious initiative. North Korea is not going to talk with South Korea. On the US side, actually, I think that during all the way up to now, Biden administration offered 22 times of dialogue to North Korea. North Korea rejected it. And also United States over the years provided verbal and written security guarantee to North Korea at the level of president and sometimes secretary and also assistant secretary level. And also actually we tend to believe economic assistance can be provided for denuclearization process. But North Korea said, no way. We don't accept economic assistance. We are not going to give up nuclear weapons for the economic assistance. What's the option we have? That's the puzzle we have to solve. Of course, we can think about international sanctions. How far we can go along with enforcement of sanctions without cooperation of China and Russia. We tend to believe North Korea is the issue for cooperation between the United States and Russia as well as China. But that's not the case. Because of rising rivalry between the United States and China, actually, North Korea is taking advantage of that structural change very much. So I have become much more pessimistic about the denuclearization of North Korea. Whether you agree or disagree, that's the first question. Second, I'd like to ask a question each and every country has different policy priority. Whether North Korea occupies a top priority in your administration. Of course, South Korea definitely, because it's an issue of life or death. I don't know, Japan is the case. United States so much preoccupied with China and Ukraine at the moment, and EU also occupied with the Ukraine crisis. So whether, of course, we are here in Seoul together to talk about North Korean nuclear issue, but once you come back to your capital, whether you have the same level of concentration on North Korea. So how can we sustain our concerns and cooperation over North Korean issue? That's the second question I'd like to ask. So in reverse order, I'd like to start with Ms. Hooker.
Tough questions. Thank you. So whether I agree or disagree is the first question you asked. Well, number one, never say never, and never give up. These are, I think, after working on North Korea issues, on Korean Peninsula issues for 20 years, which is not as many as some of you, but it was a long time for me. You can't give up. You have to continue to pursue ways to achieve your policies, and particularly whether that's denuclearization or just engagement with North Korea. You have to continue to try. So first thing I would say is just never say never. You don't know what else is going on, so you must continue to pursue. The second thing is to just pick up a phrase that several of us said earlier. This is and actually we heard in the opening as well. This is a global problem. It takes a global solution. So to your second question, also intertwining the two, we had seen the most success when on the sanctions implementation, as I mentioned, during the global pressure campaign and maximum pressure campaign, because each country was engaged. And we worked together, South Korea, United States worked together to speak to our like-minded colleagues around the world to ensure that they were taking a look at sanctions implementation, opportunities for their own country, what's happening in each of your capitals, and work with us to strengthen those measures, to strengthen those implementation measures. Even though we are all, as I said in my presentation, very focused on these other crises, returning to that perspective, having your capital look at what's going on in your own country, having your Asia specialists, you have policy practitioners who are focused on the Korean Peninsula, focused on North Korea, having them look at what the implementation of sanctions are for each of your countries. Returning to that practice, I think, is very important. So I'm still an optimist at heart. I will not completely shut down that, but I think it will take effort, just a little bit of effort from everyone to address this global problem.
So you emphasize international coalition and cooperation as necessary condition for having any kinds of hope or solution to the denuclearization. I hope so. So I like to ask, actually I like this different question because you argued for arms control. Basic starting assumption of arms control, you have to recognize that your counterpart as a nuclear state. I don't think that's politically correct. Of course, we know North Korea has, I don't know how many nuclear weapons they have, 30 to 60, according to SIPRI. According to our own data, at least 100. By 2027, North Korea may have 242 nuclear weapons. So if the starting point of nuclear arms control, that's what exactly North Korea wanted over the years. That's a recognition of North Korea as a nuclear power state. Is that a good way to start or pursue the denuclearization process? And also the arms control means it's not actually total disarmament. There's a limitation of numbers, not actually complete reduction of all arms, nuclear arms. So how would you like to approach this issue?
Indeed, very tough discussions and questions. I think when we are talking about arms control, one basic assumption that there has to be a shared interest, that there has to be an interest to achieving peace and security. I think this is, and that we have partners that they have that as a main goal. So when we talk about arms control, I think you alluded to it, there's not one way. There's arms control, there's disarmament, and there's non-proliferation. There are confidence-building measures, there are risk reduction measures. So there are different measures that we can identify in the process to create the space for more ambitious efforts. We always tend to think about arms control equals a treaty. But what is very important to understand is that there are many steps to take. And we have had experiences that it's taken years to identify and develop these initiatives when we're looking at historically between the United States and the USSR, many years of different steps. So I think it's important to really try to identify all the different steps that can support a potential more ambitious efforts when it comes to the denuclearization of North Korea. But I also want to point to the fact that it's very important, the point you made about the international cooperation. This is not an issue to be dealt only by one region, because North Korea's nuclear weapons have global implications. And I want to say that the cooperation that started with the presence of the global partners at NATO summit really give us an indication that we need to work closer to shape and address these issues together. And it's, as you rightly pointed out, we need to also support these initiatives, look at these initiatives, address these initiatives to address the denuclearization of North Korea.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask a question to Vice Minister Shin Bum-chul, because actually if North Korea stage the seventh nuclear test, I think that's, South Korea will take totally different approach and unprecedented pressure campaign. I can think of that. Can you tell us what kinds of things South Korea, as well as the international community, as well as Japan, can take? Of course, prevention of seventh nuclear test is the first priority, but against our wish.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, according to the media, you may have better information and intelligence than me. According to, it's only a matter of time, not the probability issue. So I personally think maybe after the Party Congress of China, before midterm election in the United States. So from October 15 to November 8 would be the timing. You can see the seventh nuclear test. So what if North Korea stays the seventh nuclear test? What kinds of measures South Korea and other parties will take? First, Bum-chul. Yes.
You just said reverse order, so I just wait for the time. But you're moderator, you're the boss. Yeah, okay. You know, let me start with your first question. To make this discussion more alive, please understand I'm going to speak in English. Please understand my bad pronunciation. You know, your question is very interesting and raise a fundamental issue which ROK face today. But it's kind of a question you put me in danger. Because if I speak my frank opinion, things goes very interesting, and the press might like it. However, I should be prudent as a government official. Please understand. Your first question with regard to the current situation ROK faces, I agree and disagree. What I agree is your assessment of a security environment. and North Korea's willingness to hold nuclear weapon. They are increasing nuclear capability, I admit. I agree with your assessment of neighboring countries' support for the denuclearization effort. You know, it's very hard to persuade China and Russia to join the international sanction. We noticed early spring this year, right after North Korea's ICBM test. So difficult, I know. However, but I disagree with your somewhat pessimistic view. As a government official, I'm optimistic. You know, I started my work since 1995 when I entered the defense think tank, Kaisa, Korea Institute for Defense Analysis. The year was right after the year 1994. We noticed the agreed framework between the United States and North Korea. We have several chances to meet with North Korea. In early 2000, we have 6-party talks. And then lately, year 2018, we have a discussion with North Korea, summit level. Yes, we noticed that those effort does not result as a fruitful result, but I believe that it's a matter of willingness. You know, North Korea has a strong willingness to hold a nuclear weapon. On the other hand, international community's willingness to denuclearize North Korea was not that strong. So that's the reason why North Korea holds a nuclear weapon. There is a limitation. We clearly have a certain limitation because we should not use military option to denuclearize North Korea. So with regard to stick and carrot, our stick is not that strong as we believe. And since the rise of China, North Korea's dependence on its economy is changed. In early stage in my career, North Korea's economy was heavily dependent upon Japan. But early 2000, when there is an abduct issue, things changes. Their economic dependency came to ROK, but nowadays heavily dependent upon China. But without the active support of China, it's not easy. So we do not have a strong stick to denuclearize North Korea. That's true. However, look at the last 70 years development. Right after the Korean War, we made an alliance with the United States. We made a lot of effort to boost our economy. Nowadays, Korea, world number 10 economy, strong economy. We have a prosperity. We have a democracy. We have a high tie, not only with the United States, but also this many countries support ROK. So I think that we are winning in the race. That kind of a positive thinking is very necessary to solve North Korea's nuclear problem. So I am still positive. In the end, we are winning. That's my first answer to your question. Second question is, what was your second question?
Okay.
What was the second?
You can
No.
get it out.
I will just omit your second question. I'm going to answer your the question with regard to seventh nuclear test.
Yes.
You know that we believe that North Korea is ready to do their seventh nuclear test. However, we do not exactly know their intention and their way of seventh nuclear test. Maybe they're going to choose one big explosive nuclear device, megaton level of nuclear explosion test, or they are going to several consecutive tactical nuclear weapon tests. Think about it. The last nuclear test was the year 2017. 5 years already have passed. So they are going to choose their best way to show their nuclear capability. So I not only I, the current government take this kind of test very seriously.
So, what would be your action?
Our action is, I think we do our best in every aspect of our effort. No? With regard to our military development, we are refocusing on the 3K policy. Also, we are going to strengthening ROC-US alliance. So we are preparing several measures against North Korea's nuclear test, but I cannot open it. And then we are going to mobilize the international effort. So uniting voice against North Korea. Stop doing that kind of strategic provocation. Although it would not be very successful at this moment if we fail to mobilize the support from China and Russia. However, our direction is clear, and I'm very positive on that.
Okay, thank you, Vice Minister Shin. I'd like to ask the same question to Vice Minister Oka. What would be Japanese response to the Sepsis nuclear test, if there is?
I'm coming from the Ministry of Defense, not necessarily representing the whole government. So it's rather difficult for me to answer directly to that question. But should there be, at least I can say, should there be a 7th nuclear test? We would certainly condemn that kind of actions in the strongest terms. And I believe there's going to be a lot of discussion within the government to figure out what is the best way forward in close coordination with other like-minded countries. And, there are a lot of difficulties in working on the nuclear issue in North Korea, and the current security environment makes it even harder, I believe. That has been already expressed during the initial remarks by the panelists. Russian aggression against Ukraine reminded us of the indivisibility of security in Europe and in Northeast Asia, as a matter of fact. That's something we have been explaining a lot. And, one possible implication of the Russian aggression against Ukraine is what kind of relationships there would emerge between, for example, Russia and North Korea, and China and North Korea, and China and Russia. And that would certainly complicate the issue. But I think we would like to see a continued unity of the international community to address the issue. And I hope that countries like Russia and China would play a constructive role so that the UN Security Council would play a very effective role in terms of its responsibility to maintain peace and stability. That's kind of the view that I have in my mind.
Okay, I agree. We need to keep the international solidarity to realize the denuclearization of North Korea. So I'd like to ask the same question to Admiral about the EU's role. If there is a 7th test, what additional things we can do on this issue?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like first to focus briefly on your first questions. The first question, I can really understand your pessimism. But of course, what can we do? International cooperation is crucial to keep the channels of dialogue open is very crucial all the time. And as it was said before, just simply never give up. And I just thought about your question, and even this was a different situation, but I personally was raised in Germany during the Cold War, and Germany was divided into West Germany and the communist East Germany under the control of the Soviet Union. And nobody in the world ever believed that Germany could be united again, and reunification happened. So circumstances can really change, And so I only can say, really, never give up. And maybe we are in the same situation as you still are. Korea is a divided country, and as Germany was in a very, very stuck and stalemate situation. And the second question regarding sustainability, I would like to say, yes, it's true that the Ukrainian war is, of course, a main focus. The European Union does a lot. We have, you know, enforced 6 sanction packages against Russia, and there's a tremendous financial support of the European Union for the Ukraine to procure lethal weapons. But we have to be very careful not to lose focus on other regions in the world. I just mentioned Africa, that Russia very massively tries, you know, to use the situation to, you know, to get influence in African countries. They undermine, Russia undermines our military training missions in Africa very heavily, also through the Wagner Group and so on. And therefore, I can really reassure you that the European Union and the High Representative, they don't lose focus, not only on Africa, but also on the situation on the Korean Peninsula. It is very, very strongly in the focus of the European Union, as other parts of the world as well. We should not make the mistake to just focus simply and solely on the Ukraine. And what can we do? I mean, if another nuclear test happens, I only can say, okay, so the UN Security Council has to come up with more sanctions. But it is also possible that the European Union, if member states decides so, and the High Representative to impose also autonomous sanctions against DPRK. Thank you.
So I think that you mentioned about the independent or unilateral sanctions vis-a-vis North Korea. What kinds of sanctions would be more effective? You think maybe I can ask the same question to Ms. Hooker and Oka-san as well, because actually my observation of North Korea's reaction of Banco Delta Asia provide a very good lesson. Not just we tend to focus on product, like clothing or fish, but sometimes North Korea is so much preoccupied with this financial sector. So North Korea has, I think, has stolen about, I don't know the exact amount, 200 million or $6 billion worth of cryptocurrency. That's the area we can impose some kinds of sanctions. But actually, that area is not internationally agreed on all the major partners. So what kinds of sanction measures would be more effective to change North Korea's calculus? So, listen.
Sure, thank you. No, you raise a very good point. And a couple of thoughts. So as we focused on the global response, the need for global participation in implementing sanctions, implementing the sanctions we have very well can be very effective. Still, I think. It's just we haven't been able to do it, you know, because of so many distractions over the past few years. I think, as I mentioned, re-engaging capitals, re-engaging, you know, with like-mindeds, you know, having conversations about looking for ways to implement current existing sanctions can be very useful. But the point about emerging ways to, you know, ways the North Koreans are raising funds is also critically important. Can we do things, you know, unilaterally within our own nation to come up with sanctions or come up, you know, have conversations with one another to go after these avenues? I think that is an important, you know, if we can't do things at the UN because of these other crises and lack of China-Russia support for UN Security Council resolutions, if we all recognize that this is a critical issue, another crisis on the horizon, why can't we all just take our own effort unilaterally, while having dialogue with one another among like-mindeds to look for a solution and implement unilateral sanctions. Now, some countries don't have the legal authority to have your own unilateral sanction, and that's an issue, but I think there are many countries that can. Among the like-mindeds, we worked it out in the past to come up with unilateral sanctions, and that's a way to get around the UN Security Council challenges that we have right now. So I think that would be one approach, but as you said, there are many things developed, cryptocurrency, the cyber hacks, all of this. Not only is it a way for North Korea to gain hard currency or not hard currency, cryptocurrency, et cetera, just ways of finances. It's very dangerous as well, as you've seen here, as other countries have seen through these cyber hacks. So that would be my recommendation on that point. Thank you.
Vice Minister Oka.
During the course of the conversation, there has been a discussion of the importance of creativity in dealing with this matter. And I guess I may not be qualified enough to think about creative ideas, but there could be a lot of sanctions that will be imposed together with other countries, and there could be certain measures which some countries can do unilaterally, and it's a kind of a combination, but we have to share the same goal of urging North Korea to accept the terms or the views of the international community. And I do not necessarily have anything specific in mind as a matter of fact, but still, we have to figure out where it hurts most for the North Koreans. But I just don't have any specific idea. If I have a very good idea, I would certainly talk to my colleagues and friends in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for example. Why don't you do this? This will resolve all the issues. But unfortunately, I do not have that kind of idea. But what we have to avoid is, like-minded countries get together to talk about what kind of pressures we are going to put on North Korea, and then we fail to reach any kind of good understanding. That's the scenario we have to avoid most. So this is a kind of a very general response to what you said, but because I do not have anything specific in mind. But I think I would like to talk to my colleagues and friends within the government so that they can reach very satisfactory measures in the future.
Okay, on that issue, I think there's one area I think we can do something about how we can block the ship-to-ship transfer of oil. Ship-to-ship transfer. Because actually Chinese vessels, sometimes it was some third country's vessel involved in the illegal ship-to-ship transfer of oil. I think that's one of the area we can do our cooperation if there's a seventh nuclear test. Actually, without having any additional UN Security Council resolution, we can do that because there's a triggering sentence in this sanction, in the resolution. So I think we can think about. But for that, we need to have more information about the movement of ships. So it requires not only the military-to-military dialogue, but also the transportation agency or other intergovernmental agency coordination and cooperation is very necessary. I think I think that you can talk with your colleagues in the government as well. About this, Admiral, you'd like to add something about this issue?
I'm in line completely with the Japanese Vice Minister. So regard concrete sanctions, there's a procedure in the European Union that the Council, that means the 27 member states, discuss sanctions, concrete sanctions, and also, coordinate the sanctions, not only within the European Union, but with the international community, so that the sanctions are really effective. And so I also cannot come up now with a concrete sanction proposal, because this is completely up to the member states to discuss in cooperation with the international community and like-minded partners.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, I have a couple more questions, but I'd like to open the floor to have questions from the audience. So there are two mics here, one on here, the other one is over there. If you have a question, please come to the mic and identify yourself and give me a very quick question. You can raise your hands if you want to ask a question. There's one.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는
Good morning. I am Kim Min-kwon, journalist at JTBC. Thank you very much for your presentations. My question goes to Vice Minister Oka Masami. Your presentation was very interesting. You talked about how to respond to the nuclear issue. You need collaboration between Japan, Korea, and the US. So we have cooperation between US and Korea and US and Japan, but the cooperation between Japan and Korea is quite difficult. In 2018, we had the judgment on forced labor. So the decision on forced labor was controversial in Korea, and also, yes, I would like to ask you to limit your questions to this topic alone. Can I continue my question? Your question related to forced labor will not be accepted. Well, it's related to international cooperation because you talked about cooperation between the three nations. Well, I believe that your question is inappropriate for this session because it is not directly related to our agenda. So the question that you are intending to ask is probably, I can guess, can we have cooperation between Japan and Korea without solving the forced labor issue? Well, before participating in SDD, Vice Minister Shin also talked about comprehensive cooperation with Japan. And so this is a question that goes to Vice Minister Oka Masami. So ask your question. Will do. So can we disregard the forced labor issue and continue cooperation with Japan? So Vice Minister Oka Masami, what do you believe will be a solution for forced labor?
Well, I do not intend to respond to those specific issues, but what I said during my presentation at the outset is the importance of trilateral cooperation between, among Japan, ROK, and the United States. And in fact, that was discussed, for example, on the sidelines of the Shangri-La dialogue at the ministerial level. And we did conduct ballistic missile warning, search, and tracking exercise trilaterally. So that is something we have been working on. And there are certain pending issues between the two governments. And we are not, and even between the defense organizations of the two countries, there are some pending issues. So we have to, we would like to make a constructive resolution of those issues so that we could reach a further cooperation between the two sides.
Thank you, Oka-san. And any question? Okay, please.
Thank you so much, moderator and the panelists. My name is Gustavo González, Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Chile. I have a simple question, and that is that possible, denuclearization as a concept? And if we look back in history, maybe history talked to us. And we are, in Latin America, we have lived the process of non-nuclear weapon, the nuclear weapon-free zones. That was also the case of Africa. And during the historic process, there were nuclear weapons, and it was possible to determine as a whole group of countries not to have it in the region any longer. So if we look back in history, the answer could be yes. But my question is now, is that possible now at this stage in the Korean Peninsula? Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, gentleman far down there. The lady.
Thank you very much. My name is Chungmin Kim, lead correspondent at NK News. I have a question for our Vice Defense Minister and also Ms. Allison Hooker. 신범철 차관님, 첫 번째 질문 일단.
My question to Vice Minister Shin about audacious initiative, audacious plan. There's the economic pillar and the military and security pillar on the other side, and that was what was mentioned by the Yoon administration. But when it comes to the military and political pillar, there's not much detail announced, and there was mentioning by the minister, Minister Kwon, about building trust and relationships. Now, what about security guarantee? Do you have any specific action plan?
Welcome back to Seoul. You've met North Korean officials in the past, including Kim Yong-chol of North Korea, during the negotiation process. What's your honest assessment of the U.S. Biden administration reiteration of let's meet together anytime, anywhere? Will North Korea really be interested in responding to this? And how do you assess the current status of the U.S. approach to bringing North Korea back to the dialogue table? Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask Vice Minister Bomchol Shin to address the question.
Yes, so with regard to your first question, whether the denuclearization is possible, yeah, I think it's possible, but we need to identify what kind of denuclearization. If you mention the denuclearization over the world or over the region, it might be impossible. Maybe no country like United States, China, and Russia would not give up its nuclear weapon to solve the North Korea's nuclear problem. But however, denuclearizing North Korea is possible. From the beginning, North Korea's nuclear development was illegal. They joined NPT. However, they get out of NPT even after they got a benefit as a member of NPT. So the UN Security Council identified North Korea's nuclear development is illegal and threatening peace and stability in the region. So international community has a duty to implement that kind of order of UN Security Council. So we should make effort. And in the end, I don't know whether it can be solved within 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years. However, if the international community be united to solve North Korea's nuclear problem, in the end, I think it will be possible, on the condition that international community, including China and Russia, being united. Second question, I will answer in Korean because it's a reporter from Korean side, and to make more clarification, let me use a Korean word.
As you mentioned, there is the economic pillar and the military and security pillar as part of the audacious initiative. So it is a comprehensive plan by the new government. But in the process of elaborating on this initiative, we talked a lot about economic support for North Korea, but not much mentioning of the military side and the security side. That may be because that may be the reason why you asked this question. But the audacious initiative does include many parts of this military and security aspects. In the process of developing this audacious plan, there were multi-level discussions within relevant ministries, and the National Security Council was able to sum it up based on all the discussions. And these discussions were made in the closed door meetings, so I'm not able to share them with you. But from the very beginning, of military trust building all the way to the operational cooperation. We have many levels of details inside the plan. Thank you.
Is there anyone to add? If that's the case, we have 3 more minutes to go. So actually, I'd like to ask one question to Vice Minister Oka, because actually, according to the most recent poll conducted in South Korea, I shared this information with General Nakamura once I had a meeting with you. Actually, 70% of Koreans supported actually independent nuclear capability. Approximately 59.2% support the reintroduction of tactical nuclear weapon, of all non-strategic nuclear weapon. What's the mood in Japan?
Could I ask, when you say mood in Japan, mood against?
Mood on that, or public support or public understanding about those 2 issues?
You mean the reintroduction of tactical nuclear weapons to the Korean Peninsula?
Or in Japan, or in Korean Peninsula, or Japan wants to have a nuclear capability? Or for example, the late Mr. Abe argued for we Japan needs to open up the dialogue or discussion about nuclear issue. So,
you know, when that issue was raised, our Prime Minister made it quite clear that we have 3 non-nuclear principles, and under that, we do not have any intention to discuss that issue. And the position was reiterated by our then Defense Minister. So that's the position of the government of Japan. And I believe there's a strong support among the Japanese general public about this position. That's just my, just how I feel. I have no specific evidence, how many figures or that kind of things, but that's my view.
Okay. We have come to the end of this first plenary session. Please join me in thanking all panelists for the excellent presentation and discussion.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our moderator as well as our panelists one more time for a fruitful discussion for plenary session 1. Thank you once again. And now it is time for us to close our first plenary session and break for our lunch. So we have prepared our luncheon at the Crystal Ballroom lobby outside, and it will be a standing buffet. So please do enjoy your meal. And afterwards, the afternoon second plenary session will start from 1:40 p.m. In the meantime, in your spare time, we do ask you to please fill out the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022 survey for us to be able to reflect on your comments and for the betterment of the conference in the coming years. Once you are done, please bring it to the registration desk on the 2nd floor. And as a courtesy to our speakers and guests, we kindly ask that you please be back before we begin the second session. So please be in your seats and ready to go at 1:30 p.m. And as for the interpretation receivers, please leave them on the tables so that you may use them once you are returned after lunch. Thank you once again, and I will see you in our second plenary session. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being on time. Exactly 1:40 p.m. and it's time for us to resume Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022, our second plenary. And I hope that you have enjoyed your lunch break and you had a little bit of time to enjoy the fresh, lovely fall season of Seoul as well. And now let us proceed on to the second plenary session under the theme of Seeking Cooperation in Rebuilding Trust with the Indo-Pacific. So let us start off by introducing our moderator. Our moderator will be Professor Tae-Chun Kim, Dean of the Graduate School of International Studies at Seogang University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Welcome to the second plenary session of Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022. My name is Tae-Chun Kim. I'm a professor of international relations at Seogang University's Graduate School of International Studies. I'm currently serving as dean there. I must first say that I am very much honored to moderate the second plenary session. Feel really honored to be a part of this important venue. This session is titled Seeking Cooperation in Rebuilding Trust within the Indo-Pacific, within the Indo-Pacific region. And I was really thinking to myself, what a timely topic this is. I think we are entering the era of Indo-Pacific. Maybe we already entered the era of Indo-Pacific. I think it was back in 2010, 2011, 2012. I can't recall exact timing of the conference. I went to Australia for this conference. It was a conference like this one, a 1.5 track conference. And that's when I first encountered this term, Indo-Pacific. All these Australian participants were talking about Indo-Pacific, Indo-Pacific, Indo-Pacific. And I was a little bit skeptical, and all these Australian participants were saying that, wait until 2020, this terminology, Indo-Pacific, is going to replace the existing concept of the region, which is Asia-Pacific. I think they were right. I was wrong. I think Indo-Pacific has become the most dominant concept of the region in Asia. And not only that, I think Indo-Pacific has evolved into a concept of strategy. What I mean by that is now, these major countries in the world are engaging in the region with their own Indo-Pacific strategies. And I think South Korea, Republic of Korea, is trying to join that club. The current Yoon administration is working on South Korea's own version of Indo-Pacific strategy. So this session is going to be a great venue to talk about all these important issues. We have 5 distinguished panelists from 5 different countries. To my left is Mr. Chan Henki Chan. I hope I'm not torturing your name here. Mr. Chan is the Permanent Secretary for Defense at the Ministry of Defense in Singapore. Maybe a applause of welcome here. Thank you. Next, Mr. Thomas Menadu, the first Assistant Secretary, International Policy for the Department of Defense in Australia. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And to his left, Mr. Ludovic Poitou. He's a Deputy Director for International Security Affairs for the Directorate General for International Relations and Strategy in France. Thank you. And to his left, Mr. Lars Wallaf. Sorry. Mr. Wallaf is the Director of International Affairs for the Ministry of Defense in Netherlands. Thank you. Last not the least, we have Professor Park Jae-jeok. Park Jae-jeok is an associate professor of the Graduate School of International and Area Studies at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies in South Korea. Thank you. You know, they all have very impressive, academic achievements and very impressive career, but I don't think we have time to go through all these. So if you are interested in, you can refer to the brochure for their short biographical summaries. Okay, this is the ground rule for today's discussion. Each panelist will have about 5 to 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes max, for his presentation. And we'll spend the remaining time for questions and answers. Hopefully, we have enough time to open the floor for questions from the floor. One caveat here is that there are guiding questions for this session provided by the Ministry of Defense for South Korea. So I'm just going to read these two guiding questions. And they are, first, what are the expectations of Indo-Pacific nations regarding the Republic of Korea's role in the region? What are the expectations of Indo-Pacific nations regarding the Republic of Korea's role in the region? Second question goes like this. What are the core interests of the Republic of Korea in the Indo-Pacific region? In order to achieve these core interests, what can the Republic of Korea offer regional actors and the international community in terms of cooperation mechanisms based on democratic norms and common global values? So maybe during your presentation, you might want to shed some lights on these questions, but it's okay for you to just stick to your own preparations, okay? So without much ado, let's start the discussion. Secretary Chen, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Professor Kim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here today. I would like first to thank the ROK, Ministry of National Defense, for inviting me to share my views at this plenary session. The theme for this plenary session is a timely and relevant one, as Professor Kim has also said. As some speakers today have shared earlier, and several more will undoubtedly also say, geopolitical tensions are rising in many parts of the world, bringing with them wide-ranging implications. The Indo-Pacific, or Asia-Pacific, as some countries refer to it, is no exception. I think in some platforms, whether you use the term Indo-Pacific or Asia-Pacific, can also be a matter of contestation. We shall not go there today. Now, when you look at the theme, there are two key words in the theme today: cooperation and trust. Cooperation and trust. I think these two keywords are interrelated. When countries cooperate with one another, despite competition and despite differences, we expand and we build trust between us. This in turn enables more cooperation and raises the prospect of resolving or setting aside disagreements. This is what I call a virtuous or positive cycle. Now, on the other hand, when trust has been badly eroded, new cooperation becomes difficult, and even existing cooperation may break down. With reduced cooperation, it becomes harder to rebuild trust and navigate through differences. This is what I call a vicious or negative cycle. I believe that as defense and security establishments, we all can play a role in contributing towards building and rebuilding cooperation and trust. In other words, to bring about more positive cycles, whether it's big or small, and reduce the number of vicious cycles. It's a tough challenge, but here allow me to humbly share
three ways, I think, through which we can do so. First, open dialogue and communications. Second, practical cooperation, with emphasis on the word practical. Third, confidence-building measures. Let me elaborate. First, maintaining open dialogue and communication. With rising geopolitical tension, it has become even more important that we maintain open and frank dialogue at all levels to understand one another's perspectives, discuss commonalities as well as differences, and very importantly, reduce the likelihood of misunderstanding and miscalculation. In the event of an unintended incident, these lines of communication can also serve as ready conduits to quickly cool down the temperature and avoid further escalation. Of course, having honest discussions with those who agree with you is often easy and often even pleasant. But having frank dialogues with those who disagree is mostly more challenging and contentious, but arguably even more crucial. As Winston Churchill once said, to jaw is always better than to war. And by genuine dialogue, I refer to measures, I refer to talking with rather than talking at one another, and listening, and not just hearing. Among defense and security establishments, there are bilateral and multilateral platforms that allow for such dialogues and exchange of views. For example, the ASEAN Defense Ministerial Meeting and the ADMM Plus provide opportunities for voices, including differing ones, can have a place in the regional discourse. Events such as the one we are attending today, as well as the Shangri-La Dialogue hosted by Singapore, also provide avenues for lively and sometimes heated conversations, both on stage and off stage, away from the public eye. In fact, I've been told that the Shangri-La Dialogue is a rather efficient at providing multiple bilateral and group speed dating opportunities for defense ministers and officials over a short 2 to 3 days. We should make full use of such opportunities. I think these are occasions where it's perfectly acceptable, if not even desirable, to have multiple dates back to back. Here, allow me to also share my view that non-governmental entities, such as think tanks, can play an important role. For instance, in June this year, Singapore's S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, or RSIS for short, organized a trilateral exchange that brought together prominent American, Chinese, and Singaporean think tanks and academics at the same platform to discuss views and exchange views on US-China relations and trajectories. You know, it's hard to bring parties, China and US, together on occasions like this, but RSIS, as a Singapore, a think tank, managed to get this trilateral going. I believe that such Track 1.5 and Track 2 dialogues can complement government-to-government communication channels, especially in times of heightened geopolitical tensions. My second point is about pursuing practical cooperation with one another. A good starting point would be to look for areas of mutual interest where practical cooperation can be pursued, setting aside differences, disagreements, and even disputes in other areas. This can be common opportunities where parties can benefit from working together, or many areas of common challenges which can only be addressed through collaboration. Take maritime security, for example, where all countries have a common interest to maintain open and safe sea lanes of communication in the face of maritime threats such as terrorism, piracy, and natural disasters. In 2009, Singapore established the Information Fusion Center, or IFC for short in Singapore, to facilitate maritime threat information sharing among partners. The IFC's core guiding principle is inclusive, practical cooperation. The network is made up of a diverse group of countries from different regions with different political systems and ideologies, and some of which subscribe to different security groupings that may not see eye to eye on various issues. Yet today, at the Information Fusion Center, members participate in practical exchange of operational maritime security information for the common and practical interest of keeping our sea lanes open and safe. And this practical cooperation takes place on a daily basis and grow from strength to strength despite the geopolitical tensions and disagreements elsewhere. Earlier, I mentioned the ADMM Plus, the ASEAN Defense Ministerial Meeting Plus. Besides being a platform for dialogue and exchange of views for ministers and senior officials, the ADMM Plus also has an important feature called expert working groups that promote practical cooperation at the professional and operational levels. Today, there are 7 such expert working groups in counterterrorism, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, maritime security, military medicine, peacekeeping operations, humanitarian mine action, and cybersecurity. Each of these groups' activities is open to all ADMM Plus members. And these expert working groups has a regular tempo of cooperation in the form of information and knowledge exchange, capability building, and also exercises. And all ADMM Plus members take turn co-chairing each expert working group in pairs, 1 Plus member and 1 ASEAN member. And the ROK is a good example because the ROK is leading, together with Malaysia, the expert working group on cyber security. Ladies and gentlemen, my third point is about establishing confidence-building measures. Confidence-building measures include planned procedures that prevent hostilities, avert escalation, and build trust between countries. These measures do so by helping to shape the behavior of countries to be more predictable so that we can minimize the risk of misunderstanding or miscalculation leading to escalation and crisis. We have good examples of efforts on such measures in our part of the world, in our region. In 2017, for example, all 18 ADMM Plus countries adopted the Code for Unplanned Encounters at Sea, or CUES for short, for their navies. A field training exercise which incorporated this Code for Unplanned Encounters at Sea was also conducted in 2019. Incidentally, I should mention that these are initiatives that were led by Korea and Singapore when we were co-chairing the expert working group on maritime security under the ADMM Plus between 2017 and 2020. In 2018, ASEAN countries adopted what we call the Guideline for Air Military Encounters, or GAME for short. This is the aerial equivalent of CUES. And ASEAN Airmen also practiced these guidelines through a virtual tabletop exercise, even during COVID, hosted by Vietnam. I believe that guidelines like this help reduce the likelihood of incidents or accidents between military vessels and aircraft that can spiral into conflict. Confidence-building measures, in my view, can also be undertaken by security groupings. In recent years, many new security groupings have been formed around the world and also in this region, and this has raised some concern. Some have wondered if the proliferation of new security groupings may increase friction, divisions, or even heightened tension. My own view is that the existence of security groupings is not new, and in many ways a fact of life. For as countries, we would naturally seek out like-minded partners that we can work with and to advance our shared interests. However, I think the key is to go about the grouping's activities in a way that still maintains the confidence of others. Let me give an example. The Five Power Defense Arrangement, or FPDA, is one of the oldest defense partnerships in the world, of which Singapore is a member. Under the FPDA, providing reassurance to the region has in fact been a principle of the FPDA. And this core principle was most recently affirmed during the FPDA's 50th anniversary just last year. And one of the ways the FPDA provides reassurance to other countries in the region who's not in the grouping is by regularly inviting countries from outside the grouping to observe its exercises. This, we believe, is an example of a measure that can also serve as confidence building in its own right. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, trust is often difficult to build, and once destroyed or undermined, it is even harder to rebuild. But as hard as it is, we have a responsibility and possibility to nurture trust amongst us, part of which I believe can be done through opening open dialogue and communications, pursuing practical cooperation, and establishing confidence-building measures. And through my examples, Professor Kim, I hope that I've also cited Korea as well as Singapore. These are examples that countries of different size, countries in different parts of the world can play a part in all these measures. I think bit by bit, if we all do that, we can create the conditions for more virtuous cycles and reduce vicious cycles in the world today. And all these can add up to a reservoir of trust, which we can tap on to cooperate on challenges and opportunities and maintain peace and stability in this region today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen mentioned that to preserve free and open Indo-Pacific order, we got to have an open and frank dialogue and a communication, and we need a practical approach. I mean, we need a practical cooperation. However small that cooperation may be, we need a practical cooperation. And it is also important to establish confidence-building measure to preserve free and open order in the region. If I may, I mean, take the liberty and throw in one question here. Maybe you guys can address these questions after we are all done with our presentation. ASEAN also came up with its own version of Indo-Pacific strategy, ASEAN Outlook on Free and Open Indo-Pacific. How would you evaluate ASEAN's efforts to live up to the promises held out, or vision that is held out by ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific, ASEAN Outlook on Free and Open Indo-Pacific? I think Singapore has this unique approach to Indo-Pacific strategy, if you will. I mean, ASEAN's ASEAN vision of FOIP. What is a uniquely Singaporean perspective to ASEAN's approach to Indo-Pacific strategy? Thank you. Next up, Secretary Manadu, you're up next.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks to the Korean Ministry of National Defence for hosting us here today and for inviting me to be part of this roundtable. Very pleased to be able to share the stage with such eminent colleagues and representatives of 5 of our key partners in the Indo-Pacific region. Just if I might reflect on your opening remarks about the concept of the Indo-Pacific. Thank you for acknowledging Australia's role in that, but I think we should also give some credit to former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and Indian Prime Minister Modi for developing that concept. It is certainly, for us as a 3-ocean country surrounded by the Pacific and Indian Oceans, very central to our strategies. I think we can all agree that we want to live in a region that is stable, prosperous and respectful of sovereignty. But it's also clear, and I think we're hearing that during our discussions this week, that we are living in a more contested world, and the rules and norms from which we have all benefited are under threat. And while some are looking to bend those rules and through that limiting the choices of smaller countries, some are breaking the rules entirely. And Russia's invasion of Ukraine is the clearest such example. Australia is supporting Ukraine's self-defence to defeat Russia's illegal aggression. And importantly, we are working to reject the idea that only great powers are truly sovereign and that all others must either be vassals or enemies. We reject that idea. We want to coexist in a world without coercion. Our vision for the Indo-Pacific region is one that is based on the rules and norms that have kept us safe and underpinned our prosperity, where disputes are guided by international law, not by power and size. We will continue to stand up for our interests and to support others as they do the same, and to work with our partners to maintain a favourable balance of competition and power in the region. In that regard, Australia welcomes the Republic of Korea's decision to develop its own Indo-Pacific strategy and your ambition to become a global pivotal state. With Seoul using its voice to speak out on behaviours and actions that destabilise and undermine established rules and norms. This befits a nation of Korea's economic power and influence, and we very much welcome that. This dialogue highlights the value of bringing us together to exchange views and to strike a productive common path. It's important to recognise that no country can go it alone. It is our cooperation with our partners that allows us to build our respective capabilities. We want to work closely with like-minded Indo-Pacific democracies, bilaterally, multilaterally and in new groupings. We also want to work with partners from outside the region that have a stake in the security and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific, such as our European colleagues. Returning to the theme for the session, building trust does not require that countries have no differences or no differences of opinion. It is not our differences that define us, but it is how we manage them. We need to listen and to build habits of cooperation. We need to be transparent in our ambitions and accountable for our actions. We need to be willing and ready to articulate our strategies and explain to our partners how we are pursuing our interests. It is incumbent also on great powers to reassure other countries that their ambitions are not at the expense of those countries. We would like to see more reassuring statecraft and more transparency from great powers in our region. In this regard, the Australian government is working to stabilise our relationship with China. This is in the interests of both Australia and China. We have taken some first steps. We have resumed the dialogue that my Singaporean colleague stressed the importance of, but it will take time and commitment from both sides. We will continue to speak out as necessary on the issues that matter to Australia and to Australians, on trade issues, on security issues, and on consular issues of concern to us. Regardless of the character of leadership Beijing chooses to demonstrate, all countries are entitled to make their own choices and to exercise their own agency. In this manner, Australia will continue to support ASEAN centrality and the ASEAN-led architecture. ASEAN's rules-based approach and the importance that it attaches to consensus is key to managing relations between its diverse members. This is one of ASEAN's strengths. We will also work with our Pacific family to ensure that Pacific Island countries can exercise their own sovereignty, regardless of their size, by ensuring they have the capacity and the capabilities to freely determine their own paths. So we welcome Korea's intent to be a more proactive regional player and a more constructive partner to Indo-Pacific countries. I think we all stand to benefit from greater Korean cooperation with and engagement in the region. Australia wants to work with each and every country represented here today to bring about our goal of an open, inclusive and prosperous Indo-Pacific region for the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Manadu. Secretary Manadu also emphasized the importance of maintaining rules, liberal norms-based international order in the region, and in order for us to be able to do so, to accomplish that, it's very important for like-minded countries to come together, these countries that oppose coercion and flexing muscles in the region. If I may also throw in a question here. Australia, without a doubt, is a very important stakeholder country in the region, a regional Quad member for sure. My question to you is: Are you happy with the way American Indo-Pacific strategy has evolved under the Biden administration? Are you happy with the direction to which Quad is moving into, is evolving? Are you happy with the current status of AUKUS, so on and so forth? Maybe a bit tough question, but yeah, maybe I hope you can address that. So next up is Mr. Poitou, Director Poitou. You're up next.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be able to contribute to this discussion today in front of such a distinguished audience. And I would like to thank especially the Korean Ministry for the National Defense for organizing such an important and essential forum. This dialogue platform is more necessary than ever, especially with the subject at hand. Our strategic environment is more and more constrained, every day more polarized. It therefore calls for international cooperation, dialogue, trust, and cohesion. France is a resident nation of the Indo-Pacific. This means that our enduring engagement in this vast region is one of the intangible elements of our sovereignty and our defense security policy. We therefore share the concerns of the current dynamics that we all observe in the region. First of all, the Asia-Pacific region is witnessing tougher power competition, rivalries, emancipation of nations who choose the expression of force directly or indirectly through hybrid strategies, rather than international rules-based order. Expression of force in all domains, fait accompli strategies that challenge us all. This undeniably creates tensions and instability. This is especially concerning since we are seeing our collective response mechanism fragilized day by day. Multilateral forums are often questioned and fragilized. It's an imperative for us all to reinvigorate international governments, especially since we are seeing an acceleration of the arms race and the increased risk of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. This collective responsibility, you mentioned what role Korea could have in its own future strategy. This could be an avenue of thoughts to contribute collectively to reinvigorate our international governments. Amongst the many trends described, we also need to address the constant looting of natural resources in the area, state-sponsored or not, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing that affects local economy and development. The region also suffers the consequences of natural risks, such as the effect of climate change and natural disasters. These phenomena contribute to global instability and affect more fragile populations, which are systematically the first to suffer. France, as our regional partners, is experiencing those consequences and these challenges and tensions. As a nation of the Indo-Pacific, and with its French citizens and the 9 million square meters of economic exclusive zone, we have implemented over the past 3 years our own national defense strategy for the Indo-Pacific. regularly adapted to meet the challenges and the new emerging ones, it is aimed beyond our sovereignty issues to promoting multilateralism, international law, free access to global commons, collective and inclusive approaches to security challenges, including environmental issues linked to climate change. The French strategy is not aimed against one specific state. Much to the contrary, we promote dialogue with all our partners, and our military presence, either from our overseas bases or directly from mainland France, are all aimed to promote our vision in the area. Our commitment to the region is cooperative. We believe we can contribute with our regional partners to the stability of the region by building and consolidating partnerships, driving towards greater autonomy, sovereignty for all, and development of interoperability. In Southeast Asia, we support the centrality of ASEAN, and with our partners promote international law through bilateral cooperation. We are eager to join the ADMM Plus circle in order to contribute to those discussions. In Northeast Asia, we contribute with many other countries present here to implementing the UN sanctions imposed on North Korea. In the Indian Ocean, through regular presence and multilateral exercises or operations to protect our sea lanes of communications. Or in the South Pacific, we stand committed to our Pacific Island partners to meet the challenges of climate change and environmental disasters, or IUU fishing. This is done within the framework of the Pacific Quad, or the France Partnership. Finally, as an EU member, France promotes and contributes to the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. The initiatives such as Crimario 2 or ESIWA, enhancing security in and with Asia, are perfect examples of what we want to achieve in the area through dialogue, as well as dealing with the threats at hand with regional partners. They are there to build trust and cooperation between benevolent nations. The challenges I have described are ever evolving. I believe they can be addressed if we choose to dialogue inclusively to rebuild trust, to avoid misunderstandings and miscalculations. France, with the EU and other partners, will continuously promote an inclusive and balanced approach for a collective response to seek enhanced stability and prosperity in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Poitou. So in terms of EEZ, France is probably one of the biggest residential powers in the region, and Director Poitou talked about what really France can bring to the table here in the region, how France can contribute to the peace and order in the region. Director Poitou, during your presentation, you talked about some of the possible avenues through which France and South Korea could cooperate in the Pacific. So in our panel discussion, would you care to elaborate more on the specific avenues through which South Korea and France and then South Korea and European countries can cooperate with each other over in the Pacific region? Thank you. Next, Director Walav. I think I'm probably torturing your name here. Is Walav correctly pronounced?
It's getting better.
It's getting better, okay. So in Korean here, it says Walav. Walav. Yeah. All right.
Very difficult to pronounce.
You're up next.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the Republic of Korea for organizing this important defense dialogue, and I really feel honored to have the opportunity to share my views with you today. I think there could be hardly a more pressing or timely, as some others said, theme to discuss today than one focusing on trust and cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. Literally, as we speak, trust and cooperation seem to be slipping away in the Indo-Pacific region that is so vital to global stability and prosperity. For instance, as we discussed this morning, North Korea's search for nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them has not resulted only in an increasingly fraught security environment for its neighbors, but also in grave non-proliferation risk for the international community. Another example can be found in the sharp increase in tensions over Taiwan, which has become the focal point of recent Sino-American antagonism. This is a disconcerting situation, first and foremost for countries in the Indo-Pacific region, but also in Europe. After all, Russia's unprovoked and relentless war against Ukraine has demonstrated that conflicts can have far-reaching effects outside of the regions in which they occur. Or to borrow the words that our defense minister spoke at the Shangri-La dialogue and repeated this morning in a video, there's no far away. Conflict in Europe affects the Indo-Pacific and vice versa. Taking into consideration this simple truth, the Netherlands feels compelled to contribute to preventing conflict and ensuring stability within the Indo-Pacific region, together with the EU and its member states and our partners. I strongly feel that for any country to be successful in such an endeavor, it proves crucial to generate trust through consistent and transparent cooperation. It will go without saying that for this purpose, the commonly embraced rules and norms of the international rules-based order are indispensable. I already briefly touched upon some of the challenges that the Indo-Pacific region faces in the form of nuclear weapons and great power rivalry. However, the challenges that this region faces are unfortunately not merely limited to those. The region is no stranger to territorial disputes and differing interpretations of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, with competing claims generating instability and preventing the effective and sustainable stewardship of the natural resources available in these disputed waters. Simultaneously, the Indo-Pacific region is affected both tangibly and intangibly by new and disruptive forces, such as new and emerging technologies, climate change, hybrid warfare, and non-traditional security challenges. These challenges are no different to what European countries are dealing with. The global threat environment is not merely interconnected, it's also multifaceted and cross-cutting, generating an increasingly complex set of challenges. In this regard, the Netherlands would welcome enhanced cooperation between Europe and the Indo-Pacific region. This is the main reason for my visit to Seoul. I'm here to explore these opportunities together with you. For the Netherlands, as a seafaring trading nation, cooperation through trust is indispensable. Trust and cooperation are, after all, the very foundation of the international rule-based order that guarantees the free flow of ideas, goods, and people, and with it ensures prosperity and innovation. Having noticed the increasing strain with which the international rule-based order is under, the Netherlands has made it a national priority to safeguard it through effective multilateralism. Our Indo-Pacific guidelines, published in 2020, are an example of ideas being put into policy and subsequently into action. After all, shortly after our announcement of our Indo-Pacific guidelines, we dispatched the frigate Evertse as part of the UK carrier strike up to the Indo-Pacific, demonstrating our commitment by walking the talk. That this was not merely a fluke was demonstrated by the announcement of our Minister of Defense that the Netherlands will seek to make such deployment routine by dispatching a vessel once every 2 years to the Indo-Pacific. Through this announcement, we have demonstrated our commitment to the region, which will only be further strengthened through the adaptation of the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. However, we're not there yet. There are not only many opportunities, there's also a necessity to enhance the cooperation further between Europe and the Indo-Pacific partners. For example, in the area of cybersecurity, maritime security, hybrid threats, and economic resilience. And as we are defense organizations, certainly we have a role to play here. As part of an integrated approach, together with other ministries and organizations, we should come up with a response to the common security challenges we're facing. By having military exercises together, we can enhance the interoperability between our armed forces and learn from each other. By deploying vessels together and connecting to information coordination cells, we can increase our maritime domain awareness. By meeting each other at events like this, we can exchange valuable knowledge. And through our networks and our military diplomats, we can build and rebuild trust and send a powerful signal to protect our common interests. For today, I challenge you to think in possibilities, because by uniting the numerous strengths that our different organizations have, we really can make an impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wallab. Director Wallab talked about why European countries like the Netherlands are engaging in the Pacific region more proactively in recent years. My question to you, Director Wallab, is what really separates Dutch approach to Indo-Pacific strategy? I mean, Great Britain has its own Indo-Pacific strategy, so does France, so does Germany, and EU has its own Indo-Pacific strategy. So if I may, what is really sticking out in Dutch Indo-Pacific strategy that separates Dutch Indo-Pacific strategy from other European countries? Thank you. Last but not least, Professor Jae-Jok Park.
Thanks, Dean Kim. Please let me begin my presentation by thanking organizers for having me here today. I'm very much honored to make a presentation before this distinguished group of audience. As a disclaimer, I'm an academic. I'm not the government officer, so my view shouldn't be construed or misconstrued to represent South Korea's official view at all. South Korea is a part of a US-led security network. The United States has been maintaining US-led alliances with South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Australia, and Thailand. Also, US has been enhancing security cooperation with such states as India and Singapore. South Korea is one of US allies. So in order to enhance South Korea's positional power within the US-led security network, South Korea has been increasingly supporting US Indo-Pacific strategy. Also, accommodating US strategic interest in Indo-Pacific can be understood in part as South Korea's investment in US ROK alliance. Were South Korea not accommodating US strategic interest in Indo-Pacific, the United States would make less commitment US-South Korea alliance, especially during the time when the alliance undergoes serious challenges. However, since South Korea has been preoccupied with confronting North Korean threat, South Korea has some limitations in fully supporting US Indo-Pacific strategies. So all that said, though, the current South Korean government, Yoon Suk-yeol government, declared that South Korea is going to announce South Korea's own Indo-Pacific strategy this year. So South Korea is going to join a number of states like France and Netherlands, ASEAN, EU, and others, which issued their own Indo-Pacific strategic papers. So within the remaining 5 to 6 minutes, so I'd like to make one suggestion and present two observations with respect to South Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. The first, I suggest that South Korea should define Indo-Pacific region very broadly to include some European states like United Kingdom and France as regional states. It has been very controversial in South Korea, how we should draw the region of Indo-Pacific. Some claim that the western boundary should be up to Southeast Asia, or the west of India or the eastern Africa. So I claim that South Korea should draw the region of Indo-Pacific broadly up to the eastern Africa. Why? Because France and United Kingdom have some territories in Indian Ocean, so that France and United Kingdom can be a regional player and enhance their security cooperation with the regional states. So expanding the geographical definition of Indo-Pacific to include Eastern Africa implies that South Korea has been approaching the geostrategic competition between 21st century is not between China and the United States, but between China and the West. West meaning the United States and European states. In this context, Japan has been enhancing security cooperation with European states. For example, Japan signed a reciprocal access agreement not only with Australia, but also United Kingdom. In this sense, South Korea has been also trying to enhance security cooperation with the European states. There is a growing concern in South Korea that security cooperation between Japan and the European states has been outspeed the one between South Korea and European states. Second, my observation, South Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy is likely to express its strong commitment to regional security issues, especially non-traditional security issues. South Korea has remained a bit passive when it comes to contributing to regional security issues. Obviously, South Korea has been preoccupied with the Peninsula issues. Nevertheless, in order to enhance South Korea's positional power within the US-led security network, the current government is likely to enhance its contribution to maritime capacity building and maritime domain awareness in this region. In this sense, what is worth noting is that MDA, maritime domain awareness, has become one of the buzzwords when it comes to security issues in Indo-Pacific. So, for example, the Quad Summit last May, the 4 leaders agreed to launch IPMDA, Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. So South Korean government is likely to more actively participate in such initiative in the future. Third, and my second observation, South Korea Indo-Pacific strategy is likely to emphasize South Korea's strong commitment to middle power-centered unilateral security cooperation. So if unilateral security cooperation among the relatively developed states in this region, like South Korea, Australia, Japan, India, Vietnam, and Indonesia, and those unilateral security cooperation enhance their positional power within the US-led security network and increasingly gain autonomy, then those unilateral security cooperation could mitigate the strategic competition between China and the United States. Also, those middle power-led unilateral security cooperation are linked to the unilateral security cooperation developing in ASEAN, like the ones to develop the Mekong River, and like the ones to eradicate the piracy, like the one to share information, maritime intelligence. Then the region can have more effective multilateral security institution that can be independent of Sino-US geostrategic competition. So in this sense, South Korea has been very much interested in, for example, developing security cooperation among Australia, Indonesia, and South Korea. known as KIA, Korea, Indonesia, and Australia. This isn't just one example that South Korea can promote unilateral security cooperation among the regional powers. South Korea and Australia are sizable middle powers, strong military and strong economy. And Indonesia has a status of a leading ASEAN state, has a big potential of economic development. If the three states can form a unilateral security cooperation and expanding it to other sizable middle powers like Japan and India, they can raise their voice. So in the midst of intensifying Sino-US strategic competition. So given the constraint, I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Park. One of your observations or arguments, if you will, is that because the South Korean government is now working on drafting its own Indo-Pacific strategy, and you're saying that South Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, its geographical boundary should extend to North Africa, to east of Africa. Basically, Hormuz Strait is in geographical boundary. So is Bab el-Mandeb Strait is in that geographical boundary. Don't you think it's a bit too much of an expansion of South Korea's geographical boundary? Because South Korea's foreign policy vision has always revolved around, centered around on the Korean Peninsula and in Northeast Asian region, and rightfully so because of the North Korean nuclear weapons. And we have to pay close attention to the shifting balance of power in Northeast Asian region. Now we are moving into Indo-Pacific region, basically Indian Ocean. Some say that moving into the east of Indian Ocean, East Indian Ocean is already extensive enough, and now you're saying that we'll have to move all the way to the west. So don't you anticipate any domestic opposition when we need, because we have to work within our limited resources, right? So we'll have to use our foreign policy resources, our national resources on dealing with North Korean problems and U.S.-China rivalry in Northeast Asian region. And now you're saying that we'll have to go all the way to the North African region and East African Sea. So I was asking whether that is realistic. So yeah, we're done with the panel presentation. Since we do not have delegated discussants for the panelists, maybe we can comment on each other's presentations. If you have any comments or questions to each other, maybe you guys can take a turn and spend a couple of minutes addressing my question and commenting on and asking questions on each other's presentation. Then we'll be opening the floor for more questions. What about that? Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I suppose that's a cue to start in the same sequence. Earlier, Professor Kim asked what are Indo-Pacific region or ASEAN region's expectation of the Republic of Korea as it engages the region. I cannot profess to speak for ASEAN because I see in the audience several colleagues from ASEAN. I did not seek their permission to speak on their behalf. And if I say something wrongly, I might get a scolding later, right? But I will share my personal views on what I think will work better when you engage the ASEAN region. And this is based on my personal observations over meetings and my own engagements with ASEAN neighbors. And the points that I would share would apply not just to the Republic of Korea, but really by other countries outside the region trying to engage ASEAN countries. I have 3 points. The first point I think would work better is if you are engaging ASEAN as a region, I think we would hope and we would look forward to you engaging us on our own merit and not through the lens of any great power competition. ASEAN has a population of over 600 million people. It has a young demographics in many countries. Economically, there are countries that are strong in certain sectors, others are developing very quickly. No ASEAN country in the security sphere has gone to war since the formation of ASEAN. And the people of ASEAN are from many different diverse cultures, each having something to offer. So whether you look at it economically, demographically, security-wise, or people and culture-wise, we would like to believe that there are merits to engagement of ASEAN on our own merit and not just always through the lens of great power competition, engagement with the purpose of taking sides in any rivalry. I think a cooperation and engagement center on what we can offer and what are the common interests in our own merit would really work better. That's the first point. Secondly, I believe that an engagement of ASEAN as a region ought to be balanced and encompass beyond security and defense to economic, social, people, as well as the political sphere. An engagement heavily weighted towards just security is a lopsided engagement. And an engagement that is purely based on security actually ignores what the people and the countries in many ASEAN countries need. If you look around ASEAN, many of the needs are not just in the security sphere. They're in the economic sphere, jobs, foreign investment, creation of economic value with what ASEAN can bring. They might be in the public health sphere or climate change, or they could be in the people sphere, exchange of people, cultures, interaction. So I think the second point is any engagement of ASEAN really ought to be more diversified, more encompassing, and not just centered on security and defense. The third point I would like to make is in the engagement of ASEAN, I believe that fellow ASEAN countries would much appreciate if topics of cooperation that are being explored are really centered on subjects of mutual interest and less on a certain weightage or focus towards specific political ideologies, specific political systems, however defined. And why do I say this? Because if you look at the 10 ASEAN countries, they are of different sizes, different stages of development, different political systems from one end to the other. So a cooperation that is centered on a very specific political system, political ideology, narrowly defined, would have its limitations as opposed to looking for areas of cooperation based on interest, which I think that if you talk to all 10 ASEAN countries, there would be some agreement of subjects and topics of mutual interest. Thank you.
Do you have any comments or questions for other panelists' presentations, or?
I think they already have enough questions that they would have to answer from you. I would not inflict more pain on my fellow panelists.
Yeah, maybe they are still agonizing over my question. Please, yeah.
Thank you.
Secretary Menadu. Yeah.
Thank you for trusting in us. So let me start by addressing some of the questions you posed to me, which I think, if I recall, were on the Quad, on AUKUS, and on the US presence in the region. So, so just quickly, the Quad as I'm sure many people in the room well understand, is a partnership between 4 liberal democracies who are all in the region and have a stake in the prosperity of the region. It's essentially about contributing to the resilience of the region, to building the capacity of the region, to investing in public goods. That includes in things like vaccines, in infrastructure, in maritime domain awareness, in disaster relief, these sorts of public goods that are essential to building a resilient and capable region that can then exercise its own sovereignty, to come back to the sort of theme of my intervention. The Quad does not have a defence pillar. It is not a defence pact. We play a role in it through the Department of Defence, but a supporting role to the Foreign Ministry and to the Prime Minister. Australia will host the next Quad Leaders Summit next year. To AUKUS, AUKUS is also not a security alliance. AUKUS is not a defence pact. AUKUS is essentially an expression of a commitment between 3 of the closest and oldest partners to share their most advanced technologies and their greatest sort of sovereign capabilities to enhance each country's defence capabilities. So the nuclear propelled submarine is one project under AUKUS, but we are also working with the US and UK to develop other advanced capabilities to build a greater deterrent effect between the 3 countries. To the US, I mean, the US is our ally. It is our closest defence partner. We work very closely with the US in the region. We welcome the US's engagement in the region. We welcome the US's focus on partnerships. We need the US in the region, and we will work with the US to be the most constructive and engaged member of the region alongside our other many partners. It is not our only partner. It is our closest ally, but it is not our only partner. And then I might just, as we talk through AUKUS, I might just acknowledge my French colleague sitting next to me. I know, we've had a rocky year in the Australia-France relationship, but if we come back to the point of trust, Australia and France, as hopefully you've heard today, share the same fundamental values. We share the same interests. We are both Indo-Pacific countries. We are, in fact, neighbours. When we look east from Australia, we see France in New Caledonia. When we look west, we see France in La Réunion and its other Indian Ocean territories. We fought alongside France in the First World War, in the Second World War. I think more Australian soldiers have died on French soil than any other country in the world. So, although we might have our differences and we might have our periods of rocky periods, we are fundamentally aligned, and we look forward to working very closely with France on the security and prosperity of the region. Our leaders met recently and committed to a new bilateral roadmap, which we are talking very actively to France about. So I might leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. No questions for other panelists? Okay.
Well, I've given a free pass to my French colleague there.
Okay, Director Poitou.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for those words on AUKUS, and of course we have always felt that the issue around AUKUS was much about the message it sent out to the area, and the possibilities that it could be perceived aimed at specific nations, something that we would not be inclined to support. As for the questions raised during the different presentations, if I could maybe start off by the simple fact of publishing a strategy First of all, I think in itself it contributes to building trust because it represents a form of transparency. So if we publish our strategies and make them public, then there is no doubt, and we cast no doubt in what our intentions are for the region. So I think that also contributes actively to building trust in an area. And the area, of course, is very much up to each other's choice. It can be wider or restrained. But I wouldn't look at it through you mentioned resources. I wouldn't restrain myself to resources because part of the chosen area annual strategy is also about building partnerships. And those partnerships will enable you to cover areas where you do not have those resources. And that's where the whole cooperation, trust building is worthwhile. And if you have a wider region in which you maybe don't have enough assets or knowledge, then maybe your partners in the area with who you will cooperate can offer that added value. And so I wouldn't restrain myself just to the resources, as you mentioned, because of all the cooperation that can derive from those strategies. And as for the question you mentioned about the French EEZ, you were right in mentioning that 90% of France's EEZ is in the Asia-Pacific area. So we are very much concerned about managing those areas. I think you can look at it from different angles. One of them, I mentioned the illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. You may have heard of the One Ocean Summit earlier this year in Brest, during which a common declaration was announced to fight IUU fishing worldwide, and to invite other countries, and notably those of this area, to collectively fight against this illegal activity, notably for biodiversity, but also because it upholds what we believe to be the foundation of international law. And we are this year celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Montego Bay Convention, the UNCLOS. And so I think it makes perfect sense that such a declaration be made this year to fight illegal fishing in the area and to protect our own biodiversity and resources worldwide.
Director Wolof.
Oh, yes, thank you. The question you posed me was, what's the difference, or are there any differences between the EU-Pacific strategy and the Dutch Pacific strategy? If I give you the easy answer, there are none. But that's too easy, I think. And we tend to say that we may be inspired or help inspire, together with some others, the EU Indo-Pacific strategy. But that's, again, the easy answer. I think historically the Netherlands is a seafaring and trading nation, as was mentioned in the speech by my minister this morning, with Hamel going up the shores in South Korea. And for that we have a specific interest in upholding the international law and the rules-based international order. It might not have been a coincidence that the famous book De Mare Liberum, the Freedom of the Seas, was written by a Dutchman, Hugo Grotius, a long time ago. I think the region is vital to our interest, to our prosperity and security, as it is for the countries in the region, of course, because everything is interconnected. This rule-based international order underpins, we think, the free flow of goods in which we all have an interest together. And the way to maintain it is by working together, by engaging, and by, well, defending our interests, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Park.
Okay, Professor Kim, thank you for your great question. Again, I mean, it's very controversial in South Korea how we should draw Indo-Pacific on the map. As you pointed out, some claims that, since are very much limited resources and preoccupied with Peninsula issues, we shouldn't extend too much. But this is a very symbolic thing. Even though we define the Indo-Pacific in a very broad sense, it does not mean that we need to send our ships to Indian Ocean to respond to security issues in that part of the map. But again, this is how South Korea should foresee the security landscape in the future. If South Korea views geostrategic competition would be between China and the West, then I think it is worth of contemplating to define the scope of Indo-Pacific very broadly. South Korea is led, AP4, Asia Pacific 4, South Korea, Japan, Australia, India already attended NATO meetings. I think that means they can address your question. I do have a question to other panelists from Kim. I have one question to former Secretary Hong Ki-chan. Whenever the Quad State had high-ranking officers meetings, ministers meetings, or the summit meetings, either joint statement or individual press release emphasize that they respect ASEAN centrality. Now, the European states has been increasing security cooperation with Asia-Pacific states, so that it might undermine ASEAN centrality, because the United States have been trying to bring in other actors into the Indo-Pacific region. So how would ASEAN view European states' increased engagement with AP states? Thank you.
Maybe you can, as I promised in the beginning of the session, I really like to open the floor for the questions from the floor. So yes, is there microphone over there? So maybe you might want to say your name and your affiliation first, and who you like to direct your question to.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Colonel Kurniawan from Indonesia Ministry of Defense. Firstly, I would like to highlight what have been mentioned by panelist number 1, Bapak Heng Ki-chan. Cooperation and trust, and also conducting bilateral cooperation in mutual interest. I also learned from other panelists and also the yesterday Indo-Pacific Roundtable, many countries have already had their own perspective on Indo-Pacific, including Republic of Korea, that is still ongoing. As everybody knows, since 2019, ASEAN has already had their own views, namely ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific, that has been supported by ASEAN dialogue partners. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chan, I asking for the name of ASEAN. So Indonesia in 2023 will assume as ASEAN's chairmanship and plan to encourage other member states to develop a strategy to implement the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific, including from defense perspective. My question is, for all panelists, how Australia, France, Netherlands, and also Republic of Korea can collaborate with ASEAN and contribute to the maintenance of security and stability in the region by connecting their own strategy with ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific, of course in practical cooperation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so you are directing that question to all the panelists? You're not really singling out one? Okay, all right, fair enough. I think what we can do here is to collect several more questions from the floor, and I'm going to give a turn to each panelist so that they can address those questions. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, hi. I'm Andy Harrison, Deputy Commander of UNC. My question is, how do the panelists think the potential doubling of the Japanese defense budget is going to impact trust and security in the region?
Right? Yes. Anyone else? Yes, gentleman over there.
Thank you, Major General Wang, the Defense Attaché of China to Korea. Thank the panelists. I don't have a question, but I would like to offer my comments. First of all, I would like to respond to the remark by Secretary Thomas from the Australian Defense Ministry. I appreciate actually Secretary mentioned about the intention or the plan, the wish of Australian government to improve relations with China. I think China is more than happy to see a stable and healthy relationship with Australia. I think because this is in the interest of both countries, in the interest of Australia and China, also in the interest of other countries in the region. We call it Asia-Pacific region, actually. Of course, I disagree with Secretary Thomas regarding actually the characterization of AUKUS, of Quad. In my perspective, actually, AUKUS is a pure military alliance. Of course, there's no treaty like it's NATO or like that. It's a pure military bloc. I can't imagine you call it military. If you don't call it a military alliance, if three countries can share the most sensitive nuclear technology or capability, then what the alliance is? The trilateral cooperation on this issue. Secondly, as for the character of Quad, of course it has its other characters like economic cooperation, technical cooperation, or so on and so forth. But I think it's still like a military implication. Of course, maybe some member of Quad, they don't want to actually emphasize the security character of Quad, but some country actually, their main purpose is to enhance military and security cooperation among the four countries. Next, my comment actually is my response to the remark made by Secretary Chang from the Singapore Ministry of Defense. Actually, I'm very much actually in agreement. I agree with your remark regarding the importance of first of all cooperation, then trust. This is something actually we really need. All countries in this region, in Asia Pacific, not only Asia Pacific, but the whole world, we need cooperation and trust, mutual trust. Unfortunately, what we saw in the region, in the world actually, is more division. Okay, division based on ideology, based on political system, based on so-called like-minded countries or partners. We see, we saw so many things actually happening in the world today. Actually, for example, the creation of IPEF, okay, of Quad, of this.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you wrap up your comment and question, please?
Yeah. I mean, actually, we saw division rather than cooperation. This is really sad. Thank you.
Points well taken. I think we have time for one more question. All right, we have some 7 minutes, so I'll give you 1 minute or so to respond to these questions.
I will attempt to maybe give a few comments with regard to the question from Professor Park about what I think that ASEAN or Asia-Pacific countries might think about the increased European interest in the Asia-Pacific region and to engage it. In my personal view, I think that it would be first and foremost welcome, because certainly within ASEAN, and if you look at ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, it is centered on the principle of the region being an open and inclusive one. And by being an open and inclusive one, I think it also recognizes that countries that have a legitimate interest and potential contribution to the region need not necessarily be geographically always just within the region. Legitimate interest, example, the Straits of Malacca, the Straits of Singapore is one of the most busy waterways in the world. And the smooth passage of goods, of energy, resources through the straits is certainly a subject matter and an area of interest, not just for the littoral states, but for many countries in the world for which it is a sea lane that brings precious goods and energy to their own shores. So we think that many European countries, we recognize, have a legitimate interest in the security of the region. Likewise, they also have many strengths, contributions that they can make to the region. Many different European countries economically would have different strengths, technologically would have different strengths, educationally would have resources. So whether from the point of legitimate interests or potential contributions, I think that this increased interest to engage ASEAN or other Asia-Pacific nations would be welcome. My second point is for this engagement to be productive and for this engagement to really be not just welcome, to be responded in a way where it can result in practical cooperation. I go back to the 3 points I make in my first response during the dialogue. I think that approach then would have to be engaging ASEAN on its own merit, a wide-ranging engagement that goes beyond security to also other spheres to make it more rounded, and an engagement that is really based on mutual interests and not necessarily the propagation of a certain political ideology or system. My third point would be, I suppose, what Professor Park is also alluding to. Then the question is who to engage. Do you necessarily engage through ASEAN because we want to emphasize ASEAN centrality? I think certainly ideal situation is to be able to engage ASEAN and through its many vehicles, be it the ASEAN Defense Ministerial Meeting, be it vehicles that ASEAN have in the economic space, in the digital space, in the social space. And for that to happen, then both effort on the part of the European countries need to be pursued, but at the same time, ASEAN countries, we ourselves would have to ensure that we remain relevant, that when it comes to a discussion about mutual cooperation, we're able to make effective and timely decisions. But certainly among ASEAN states, the preference would be to be able to engage ASEAN. But at the same time, there will be instances where because a different stage of development of ASEAN countries, different state of readiness for a particular initiative, different ASEAN countries might not hold the same view about the state of readiness with regard to pursuing a cooperation. You can see this already in the trade space, such as free trade agreements. I think in those instances, there's recognition among ASEAN countries that in certain areas, not all of us are ready at the same time. It is okay for some of us to start first, and when the rest are ready, then they could join in an item of cooperation. Right.
Thank you. And as the moderator, I'm in a position to manage the time here, so if you can respond within 30 seconds, that would be greatly appreciated.
In 30 seconds, I'll give it a go. So what I might do then in the interest of time is focus on the question about Japan's budget. I think the question, in fact, is not about the size of the budget, it's around the transparency and the statecraft that goes with those decisions. So if Japan, and Japan is one of our closest partners, operates within the rule of law, is accountable to its people for the decisions it makes, explains to its partners what it is doing, builds a diplomatic and statecraft framework around its defence budget decisions and defence acquisitions, then we are entirely supportive of that. And I think that is the contrast that we are seeing between countries like Japan and countries like China, where we see no reassuring statecraft, where there is no accountability and there is no transparency. Thank you.
Yep, and if I can continue on, I think we need to make sure that within this renewal of the capacity for Japan, that there is a requirement to remain interoperable with all the other partners. Technological interoperability must remain essential if we are to cooperate seamlessly. And as for ASEAN, of course, for France, I mentioned the fact that we were keen to join the ADMM plus expert working group, either the maritime security or the peacekeeping operations, of course. And I know that the ESIWA program is also organizing summits or projects with ASEAN, with the EU, on diverse subjects like counterterrorism, maritime security, crisis management, or cybersecurity.
Thank you.
Can be very brief as to the budget rises. This is something we see in Europe as well. Historical decisions being taken by countries, joining NATO, for example. So this is something we have to deal with. And well, if we just stay open, if we stay transparent, as already alluded about, well, that should not be shocking, I think. But let's be clear about that. On ASEAN, I think the theme of this meeting is about being open, transparent, and everything. So I think that's the main. If we keep on talking, if we keep on engaging, I think that's the way we should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Park.
Okay. Due to historical baggage and historical animosity, there is a growing concern in South Korea about the increased Japanese defense budget. Moreover, Japan has emerged as a regional hub of U.S.-led security network. Japan has been very active in engaging with other regional and extra-regional powers. That's why South Korea needs to engage more with regional states. And with respect to cooperation with ASEAN, South Korea and ASEAN can try to promote or facilitate regional state-centered multilateralism. Thank you.
Okay, we are actually 3 minutes late than scheduled, so we did fairly well. Time to wrap up the session. As our Chinese delegate said, we all want peace and stability in the region, but what we are witnessing in the region is more of instability and division. Hopefully after the session, we are one step closer to peace and stability in the region. Thank you very much for attending the session. Finally, give up a round of big applause for our exceptional panelists today. Thank you.
Thank you once again to our moderator as well for that great constructive session. Please give another big round of applause for our entire panelists. Thank you. So we covered 2 different themes, denuclearization of North Korea as well as rebuilding trust within Indo-Pacific. I hope that it was a constructive and fruitful session for all of our guests. We are about to close the second plenary session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2022. Once again, thank you for your attendance and excuse us for not being able to offer you more time for discussion. From now on, we will move on to today's special sessions, which will be held concurrently at the Sapphire Ballrooms on the 3rd floor of this building. So special session 1 and 2 are starting from 3:20 p.m., so just in about a little less than 10 minutes, and the special session 3 and 4 will be followed right after. So once again, it will be 1 floor up at the Sapphire Ballrooms on the 3rd floor. So I will will see you in a moment. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be rearranging this crystal ballroom for our dinner, for the VIP dinner. So please take all of your belongings with you, except for the interpretation receivers. They will be no use for you other than the area here. So please leave the receivers here on the tables, and please take all of your belongings with you as you leave the hall. Once again, thank you for your attendance, and I will see you in the special sessions. Thank you.